der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur ADAC Ravenol Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nurburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben.
The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome along to the third round of the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series for 2026. Third but second, because we didn't have a first, if that makes any sense. It is the 57th running of the Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy, and it is the start actually of a busy couple of weeks for quite a lot of the teams who compete in the VLN NLS series, because next weekend it's a double header with a later race on Saturday and an extra race on the Sunday, as well as some top qualifying practice as well. In the Ford Global Broadcast Centre, I'm John Hindhoff. To my right is Peter Kate, who will be on the grid next Saturday at this time. Actually, not at this time, a few hours later, getting ready for what I have to say has become your traditional run out at the Nürburgring 24 hours for the ADAC 24-hour race. And now that we're on air and we've got the full English language global audience with us, then you can make an announcement about next weekend, can't you? Good morning, first of all.
Hey, good morning, John. Nice to be back with you here in the studio. Yes, indeed. I can announce that I will be back in what will be my 24th Nürburgring 24 hours, and driving with Cheney Motorsport once again, the team that we won together in 2024 in BMW M4 Evo. So very excited to be in that car again with that team. Different teammates, so it's going to be a bit of a learning experience for us all to find a setup that we're all happy with. But the team, great team, very confident with that. And the only other major difference is, instead of SP8T class, which is what we did back in 2024, the car will be running an SP10. So it's going to be a little bit of different power to weight balance. But apart from that, yeah, absolutely looking forward to it.
Well, congratulations, and congratulations to you for putting that together, because it's no small feat that has to happen. Next weekend, then, before we get on talk about this weekend, next weekend, how important is that? Are those 2 4-hour races to the preparation for a driver like you, who isn't out? You're not doing the full NLS season, and in fact the bulk of the field really at the ADAC 24-hour race, down to only 150 starters this year. It's been capped by the organisers. Used to be 170, before that it was 220, down to 150 this year. How important are those 2 4-hour races in the preparation for that big race?
I think they're super important. I mean, there's no substitute for track time. It's not so much the track itself, although there have been some changes to the track over the winter, as I know you're aware. But also trying to see where the competition's at, trying to see who's strong, who's weak. Also trying to get to know, as I mentioned, any new teammates, to try to work on any specifics that they may need. I'm usually pretty happy to drive a compromise setup if it means that the slower driver in the team can be quick, so it's about trying to find out what we need to do there.
Earlier on this morning, as usual, it was the qualifying for this race this weekend. It's on a shorter version of the Grand Prix circuit. Yasser Shaheen driving on his own in a Cup 3 Porsche, the number 960. He needs 6 laps to get his ring permit for the ADAC 24 hours. He didn't get to the start of the race, and there was quite a lot of damage on the hats and back. Peter, when we were watching this morning, he said it stays slippery there very, very late into the morning.
Yeah, it does. It's also partly a factor that some of the cars, like the GT3s, can run across that apex curve on that right-hander, and they tend to drag dirt onto the track, and then some of the other cars that don't like to take that apex curve are forced to then drive on that dirt, and I think that may be what happened to that cut-through car.
And then we saw a really cracking lap by the SP9 Pro-Am Keir Kramer Audi, which then did four laps and then ground to a halt on the Dottinger Hurt with what we think was a displaced water hose. We'll see if they get onto the grid. Once again, though, David Pittard doing David Pittard things. He was out early in the week, actually, in the new Toyota GR-GT3, testing that car. He's with Kamui Kobayashi, among others, this weekend. And he was very, very quickly into his stride. Did a 52.8 earlier in the week, did a 52.3 this morning, 7 minutes 52.3, and therefore will line up at the front of the starting grid. The HWA Evo, which is the evocation of the old 190E, that's in the race, number 61. Keep an eye open for that. Sebastian Ash did the time for the HWA Evo R, a very respectable 8 minutes 29.959 on that car. That runs in SPX because it doesn't really fit anywhere else. The other car, that's the second of the two cars, should I say it. The other car is the 62 car. And that's David Arnold who did the qualifying in that on an 8:21.664. There's a KTM crossbow in there as well for Reiter Engineering. They were third in that class. I'm looking to see as well if the BMW Touring went out again. It was out last time. It's listed as an M3.5 really, because it's a. There's no M4 Touring, but there is an M3, but the underpinnings, of course, are an M4 GT3. So that was a big hit and took most of the big headlines last time out. As usual, the cars are coming round the Grand Prix circuit to form up on the front straight. Conrad Motorsports' venerable Lamborghini Huracan, the number 7, coming into its place on the grid now. That has got Pavel Leferov, Christian Engelhardt, Patricia Stadzan in that car. Most of the cars running either 2 or 3 drivers. And a little change, Peter, I noticed for this race. They've moved the... there's the black 61 just pulling on to the front straight now. The other HWA Evo is a lighter coloured car. They've moved the start gantry and the start lights further down to allow more of each of the individual groups to be on the start line, or the start straight, if you will, before the lights go green.
Yeah, absolutely. So when the lights go green, you can go. So overtaking is possible before the line, as long as the lights are green. Problem was, prior to that move, you've still got cars that are essentially in Tiergarten chicanes, can't see what's going on, and they see the cars accelerate in front, they think it's go, and it's not a go, so you get that kind of concertina effect. So this is just more of a safety thing more than anything else, to make sure that the people have sight, the drivers have sight of the lights, or at least as many drivers as possible, so you can be sure it's truly a go.
So the Karsha 62 machine is the second of those HWAs we mentioned, coming out the pit lane now. The very easily recognisable 911. And that is the Grello car, neither green nor yellow, so it is Grello. Qualifying, other than that top time from David Pittard, he got that in early, and when Yasser Shaheen went into the wall hard, drivers left at the hash and back, they didn't red flag it, as is the warranty. You might wonder why. It's just not the way things happen. appreciate we have quite a number of less experienced watchers and listeners with us for this build-up to the ADAC 24 Hours in May, which we'll have for you live as well. Extended coverage of that, as will be on site from the Tuesday of race week. So we'll have midweek motorsport live from the circuit, more interviews and all of the 24H sessions covered for you. So no red flag, no safety cars here, covered by yellow flags and code 60 km/h zones, or 120 depending on the seriousness of the incident. So basically, once that had happened, whilst the recovery of Yasser's GT4 Porsche and the repairs to the tyre wall and the barriers were going on, nobody was really able to do and better their time, Peter. That is part of the game here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Sometimes your code 60s, you'll win with them, sometimes you'll lose.
Yeah, I think it's a smart system though, because it tends to keep the momentum of the race running. So we don't have red flags unless there's something extremely serious where the race has to be stopped. For example, if there's excessive weather like snow, as we've had a couple of times.
He's not joking, ladies and gentlemen, he's not joking.
Indeed. And the beauty of this race is that the lap length is so long. We're talking nearly 16 miles, 25 and a bit kilometres. And if you end up on the wrong side of the circuit when it starts to snow, you just have to deal with it, until they decide to throw a flag. But to your point, the code 60s, the 120s, they're designed to handle incidents, localised incidents, without disturbing, as I said, the momentum of the race. So yes, you'll have slow zones, if you will, through those code 60s where everybody has to reduce speed, no overtaking, and then you'll emerge from that and you'll be back to full speed racing for the rest of the lap, which is obviously, a lot of miles.
This is a place like no other. We often say that something is unique. Well, all racetracks are actually unique because there's no one that's an exact copy of another. But in terms of the racing here, it is a different beast, Peter, to anywhere else. It has a different licensing system, as we've seen with a multiple world champion coming onto the grid for this year. He had to go through exactly the same training as everyone else to get what's called a ring permit. Because the racing here is so different, it's multi-class racing. The lap, 15.8 odd miles on the North Loop alone, is very, very different. And safety is taken extremely seriously here, and it's not just the safety, it's about instilling respect to all the drivers, to the safety features.
Absolutely right, John. In fact, I was very pleased that the permit process this year added a new module involving respect between drivers, because it was getting to the point where some of the quicker classes were not accommodating, let's just say, the limitations of the slower cars mid-corner and expecting them to be able to dive out the way, and that doesn't happen. So the kind of speed differential you can have between a GT3 and some of the slower cars, can be extreme. And obviously the car behind, the closing car, has a much better view than the car in front who's just using mirrors. So it's a very difficult situation to manage when you've got a lap that has so many blind corners, so many blind crests, and a lot of change of challenge around the lap, according to weather, according to traffic, according to the track surface. Could be new track surface, old track surface, high curbs, lots of different things to deal with. So all of those things wrapped up together mean that it is a very unique place. I'm not alone in saying it's the best racetrack in the world.
Is there a perfect lap round here, Peter?
I don't think there's a perfect lap round anywhere. I know I've got into trouble for saying that before. There's always time left, right? You can measure it in tenths or thousandths, but there's always time left. And on a particular time of day at a particular circuit, somebody may say, I was on the limit at that time, but I guarantee that if they did another lap, they'd be a little bit quicker.
We were talking this morning over our sacred coffee and breakfast about Fred Vervish, who did the lap in the Ford GT Mark IV, one of those phenomenal track-only last ever versions of the Ford GT, 800 and plenty horsepower, Multimatic, a variable suspension, all long-tail car, longer wheelbase car. He did a 6 minutes 16 around the North Loop alone. we've both watched the onboard. I had him on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday, and I said to him, looked like there might have been a bit left, and he went, oh, there was a bit left. There was a bit left. That was his 4th lap in a run, and it was the first time they'd had decent conditions, and he went down from just on 7 minutes to about 6:40 to about 6:30 to 6:16 as he built up to it. But he said, no, I wasn't taking the curbs, I wasn't sure. So there is always a bit left, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can tell by those steps in his times how much there was left. When the steps start getting down to 1 or 2 seconds around the Nordschleife, you know you're getting closer and closer to, you know, what's capable of the car and the driver.
And the key thing about, you were talking about that speed differential, we have literally got 250, 300 horsepower front-wheel drive cars, some of the Cup 3 cars actually, including that Yasser Shaheen car. He needs 6 laps for his permit to do the bigger cars in the 24 hours. Now he's got 2 more races next weekend to try and do that, but that car is actually turned down, just like Max Verstappen had to use, because it's based on power to weight ratio.
That's right, yeah, and it's a safety thing. As you get your permit, obviously you then qualify to be able to race the unrestricted or more powerful cars, and there are different levels of permit. So it's all about trying to make sure that we're not getting a situation where people are getting ahead of themselves. This is not a place where you want to make a mistake.
And also, people are driving here for different things. In those different classes, there's some very good drivers down through the classes, by the way. We'll mention them where we can. But with almost 140 cars here, we'll try and get you the battles. I think there's 22 classes here this weekend. Maybe not quite that many. Almost as many different tyre companies, actually. This is one of the last bastions of tyre wars, and long may it continue now that we know we're going to lose it from Japanese Super GT, which I'm very disappointed about. And hello to Jesse Young, by the way, who I know is tuned in Australia. Many of you will have been watching the Torpor 2 races for the V8 supercars. Richard Crail making his debut on network telly and doing a fantastic job. I was up watching those. No racing from there tomorrow. They'll tack that on to next weekend and make that a triple header. My point being, though, Peter, is whilst there are some fantastic and noticeable renowned drivers in some of the other classes, there will be people out there who are out there to finish the race, and they're not driving anywhere near to themselves or their cars 100% performance capabilities, because they want to get home. They're not taking risks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole slew of different levels of capability and talent, both in terms of car and driver, and that's partly the beauty of this. You know, people see the Nordschleife as one of the last great challenges in motorsport.
Yes.
As a driver, it's highly addictive, so I warn anybody who's thinking of doing this that you've got to know that going in. And that's why you see people who are, let's say, in their latter years of a race driving career who very much keep coming back because they just love to race there. They're not necessarily slow. Some of the quickest drivers on the grid can be in that category. But you get the chance to race against some of the best in the world at the same time.
At the front of the field, it's GT3 cars. They're in a class here called SP9. That's split into a variety of classes, Pro Am and Pro Am, or Pro Am and Am, should I say. The cars are the same, and the balance of performance, the performance potential, if you have an Audi in Pro Am or an Audi in Am, the potential performance of that Audi is the same. The difference is in the driving talent. And there's various rules which I don't really feel the need to go into at the moment, other than to say that when the pros are in those cars, this weekend, next weekend, and again in May, at the ADAC 24 hours, then those cars will be battling, whether it's a Pro Am or an Am, those cars will be battling with the pro cars. So those are GT3 global formula. At the front of the field, we've got that KCMG, the team from Hong Kong, with the Mercedes AMG. AMG not won the big race here since 2016, but this year the car looks good. Max Verstappen has chosen well with Winward Racing and AMG. They do seem to have a better balance of performance and a better opportunity to run at the front of the field. Schubert Motorsport on the outside of the front row with the BMW M4 GT3. That's one of the Evo cars, and Schubert know their way around here. Kay Kramer, as we mentioned, with the Audi. That's the best of the Pro-Am cars. That will be on row number 2. That's the number 33 car. With another BMW Gamotta Racing. That's another Pro-Am car in 4th position. So effectively, that's the Pro-Am front row. Then another Pro car. That's the Conrad Lamborghini, the number 7 car with the almost Miami blue Leighton House colours is Franz Conrad's chosen hue. And along that's on the inside of row 3. On the outside is the SP9 AM. That's the first of the SP9 AMs. It's the number 5 car, and another team who know what they're doing. This is a 911 GT3R. Porsche, of course, latest iteration. Falcon Motorsport with Klaus Bachler doing the time is next on the grid. Absolutely fantastic looking sharp end of the grid, Peter, and what we know is that this opening lap, whilst it won't necessarily win the race, you can find yourself having to play catch up from this.
Yeah, you can. It's interesting. The gaps that you can see at the front of the field of those qualifying times are a little bit larger than you'd normally see because of that accident and slow zone that we saw. But more representative is, sort of 5th downwards to sort of 15th. You see that they're separated by just a couple of seconds. So I expect these first laps are going to be intense. You've got a real mix of talent and capability. It's always fascinating to see who gets the first stint in these cars, particularly if you've got a Pro-Am situation. It's always good advice to put the guy who set the quick lap in the car first, because then that person's not going to be struggling, with a lot of overtaking going on. But you never know. It may be a deal that, the AM driver wants to start the race. We'll see.
The good thing about what we've seen here is that the conditions are broadly similar to those in which they qualified, an hour and a bit ago. Now, obviously, the sun has been on the track. It's 20 minutes before noon, Central European summertime. If you are just joining us, welcome along to NLS3. This is the 57th running of the Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy. Lovely here how this works. VLN are still the overarching organisers of the Nürburgring long distance series, if you will, Langstrecke series, long track series. But different clubs from around Germany are effectively organising the individual rounds, and it's an earner for them. It brings money into the coffers, and I love the way this is all run under the auspices of the German Motorsport Authority, of course, ADAC, and they will have the title sponsorship to the 24-hour series. Now, the 24-hour race, excuse me. Now, that race is not a part of this series. We do have a quote-unquote qualifying weekend, and not to confuse you that much, next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, Saturday late afternoon into the darkness, and Sunday a little bit closer to normal time. Peter will be driving in that, so we can't have him in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. But those are 2 NLS Championship races, but also kind of help set certain parameters for the N24 as well. Again, I don't feel the need to go into total detail at the moment, but it's a good idea to be there. Things like top qualifying for the cars at the front, which is basically a version of almost single car qualifying. Very, very spectacular. That will be next Sunday, a week tomorrow, and if you watch nothing else over the weekend, watch that, because it is an unusual opportunity for the top drivers in the GT3 car, the SP9 cars at the front of the field, to get a clear lap on relatively low fuel and new tyres to really have a go at the track. Now, we're using the shorter version of the track today, with the shorter version, the sprint version as it's called, of the Grand Prix circuit. That will be in operation next weekend as well for the 2 races. We'll go at the full Grand Prix circuit when we get back in May. You'd love to have a clear lap in a GT3 car around here, Peter, wouldn't you?
In any car. I mean, I've had a few where you can't believe that you're not meeting too much traffic. It normally happens in the early hours of the morning when things have calmed down a little bit on a 24-hour race. And the track is just exquisite at that point. You've got the sun coming up, you've got some dew to deal with on the track, maybe a little bit of fog patches, but it's just bliss. It really is.
David Pittard is installed behind the wheel of the KCMG AMG. Kami Kobayashi part of that squad as well. Some very well-informed rumour about what that team might be doing in the future, and it involves Toyota and their new GR GT3 and here at the circuit as well. That car was here earlier in the week, and David, along with a couple of the Japanese drivers, were driving that car. So the front row again then is BMW on the outside the front row, and the inside the row is that David Pittard driven at Mercedes. Then it's Audi and BMW, Lamborghini and Porsche and Audi, and the top 10 made up by, what's the 786 doesn't have a car. I think that's another Lambo, isn't it? The 786. For some reason, that doesn't have a car name on my list in front of me. And on the outside of row 5, anyway, in 10th position, is another Audi. Then it's Audi, Porsche, Aston Martin. The first one is the Dumari 37 car. Then another Mercedes. 786 is a Lamborghini. I thought it was. I don't even pretend to say that I've memorised 135 cars, but that one stuck in my head. And again, if you're new, yes, we do a formation lap of the whole circuit. Is it of use? I don't know. It's of limited use, I suppose, Peter. On a dry day like this, as the green flag flies and the Porsche safety car takes off, the first of 3 groups, round about 50 cars or thereabouts in each group, pretty much as they have qualified. If someone was a big outlier, they can be moved either, certainly forward in groups. At the so if a GT3 car was way down, they might move that up to the back of the first 50. How important or not is this formation lap?
It is important in the sense that the usual things that we'd want to be doing on an out lap, apart from basic checks and making sure everything's warmed up nicely, is tyre temperature, tyre and brake temperature. You've got a long straight just before the start, and it's really important to have got a lot of temperature in before you're then slowed into that grid formation on that long straight.
Now, news from our German colleagues that the 33 Audi is nicht auf dem grid, so that overheating and the steam we saw on its qualifying run, where only 4 laps were completed, as it has, I'm afraid, done for the K. Kramer Audi, which was a shame. That was the lead Pro-Am car, and in 3rd position overall, in part due to that issue where we had the Code 60s out. So that was Tobias Vasquez Garcia, Fidel Lieb and Michele Di Martino, the 3 drivers in that car. So sorry to say that we've lost an Audi before it even got going. So it is David Pittard, Marco Wittmann in the first 2 cars. Following in behind then is Moritz Krantz in the number 23. I'm getting through some of the drivers through now. Christian Engelhardt starts the Conrad Motorsport number 7. In the number 5 car, Dan Arrow, the very quick young Dutchman who's really making a name for himself very quickly. Klaus Bachler in the 44, that's one of the Falcon Porsches, classic livery on that. Then next up in the number 75, that is Dominic Fugel. The 786 is Thomas Mutsch, Pierre Kaffer is in the number 9. He'll be a fast starter. He always is. That's the Audi of Jutta Racing. And the number 19, let me see, where's that one? Well, that's one of the Coronels in that. And Can Güven, the Turkish driver, will start Grello, the number 911. He's got Matt Campbell with him in that car this weekend. I was talking to John De Geese of Sports Car 365 on a double stint catch-up on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday, wondering what Matt Campbell was doing. We knew and we expected him to be here this weekend, and indeed he is, but his future at Porsche, even for the rest of this season, still with at least a question mark around it. So now the second and third groups are all getting underway, and there'll be a decent gap between them here, Peter, so that you can go at your own pace. But even with that, the GT3 cars will catch the back of Group 3 when they're still on, when the GT3, whether the back of Group 3, excuse me, are still on their first flying lap.
Yeah, so again, it comes back to a safety thing. When you've got so many cars, they split the start groups into those three with a 3-minute gap in between. And the thing that's slightly confusing if you're just watching a race from timing screen point of view is that 3-minute gap gets eradicated from the timesheets after their first lap. So obviously it wouldn't be fair if they carried that 3 minutes, or in the case of the second group, 2 times 3 minutes penalty versus the front runners. So that goes away, and then you see the real race order. So, you know, after one lap, after all the cars have passed the start finishing line after one lap, that's when you see the real race order.
At RSL_studio, if you'd like to get in touch with either Peter or myself, we've got it up on the screens in front of us. It's just after 11:45, coming up to 13 minutes to noon Central European summertime. It's NLS3, part of the Ravenol Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and we're on the formation lap. What are you doing at the moment, Peter? You're talking to the pits? Are you letting them know? You've already checked your radio, I presume, but even again, it's worth doing as the third group's just getting underway now. Yeah,
the main thing, as I mentioned, is tyre and brakes. You know, things like radio checks, all of that. You know, make sure your systems are working. You know, we have luxury of things like air conditioning now and water and things, you know, never used to have that, right? You check all that in the pit lane. So really it's just a question, bring things up to temperature nicely. The problem tends to be with all of these cars is that there tends to be a lot of concertinaing back and forth, and you don't really get a nice smooth approach to that warm-up. So you've got to leave a bit of a gap, as much as you're allowed to, a few car lengths, you know, and then work on getting that temperature up so that when you get close to the start finish, you still retain enough tyre temperature for the start.
Something that is relatively new, just around the first corner, the first right-hander, and we're using the longer part of the first corner. To the right-hand side, you will see a lane, or there is a lane that is dotted lines, and that effectively is a penalty loop. That was used, I think, for the first time, certainly in the GT3 classes and the SP9 classes, at the last round.
My understanding that penalty loop is for racing on the GP, that dotted line, because they went beyond the hairpin and a long loop of the hairpin to make the penalty lap last time in this format. So I'm not sure what they'll do for a penalty lap at 24-hour configuration, but for this configuration, they can take a longer hairpin.
It was definitely they definitely used the air penalty loop at least for contact with, I think it was the Rover Racing.
It was
BMW.
Dan Harper, with the Cayman,
when they were going either side of the Cayman, when he was battling for, ultimately that was the battle for the lead at that point.
Über die Nordschleife. Ein Traum vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. die AMG
I would mention, John, on that warm-up,
erstes
one of the
Nadelöhr nach dem
features that's
Start
quite incredible in the
und
24-hour
durch die
race is that they
unterschiedlichen
allow
Linien
some of the
ein toller
crowd
Ort für
to stand on the
Positionskämpfe
track
auf der
edge. So we're not just
Rundstrecke.
talking about behind the fences, behind the barriers.
Ausfahrt
The crowd
Nordschleife.
are
Nach
literally
der
on the edge of the track,
Berufsschikane biegen
within
wir ab
touching
vom
distance of the cars on that outlap.
Hier
And
beginnt
it always
der
amazes
20
me, you come
Kilometer lange
round on the first racing lap and they're all
Nürburgring.
magically behind the fences, all very well behaved and disciplined, as you
Mit
might expect
Vollgas
in Germany
bergab,
perhaps.
durch die
So we've got,
Kompression
you know,
und
the
den Berg
opportunity
wieder
for the
rauf.
crowd to get
Wie
closer
so
to
oft auf
racing
der
than you ever
Nordschleife,
could anywhere
kein
else.
Platz.
Always going to be a bit of a bun fight, Peter, coming through that
Der
down
tiefste
the front
Punkt
straight.
der
It'll be
Nordschleife.
slightly closer to the
Rücken über
first
die
corner before we
Hauptstraße
get
von
the
Adenauer
green
ist
flag
ein
and the green
Zuschauer.
lights. However,
Das Karussell.
it's
Benannt
a
nach
tight
Rudolf
first corner,
Caracciola,
particularly tight
einem der
first corner in this
ersten
configuration.
Rundstrecks.
Is it
Die alten
almost
Betonplatten der Steilkurve sind Kult.
is it almost a sigh of relief to get under the hats
Der
and back and then onto the slightly more
Ob beim
open spaces of
Rennen
the
oder beim
Nordschleife?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first corner in this
Ob bei
configuration
Brüder
or in the
Hitze oder
24-hour
im
configuration are both blind.
Hier ist
And if
immer
somebody
ein
has spun in the manner of the first corner, very
Göttinger
often
Höhe.
you're unsighted.
Windschattenschlacht
So
bei
you do
270
have to
km/h.
approach with caution. I tend to take, you know, my own
Am
approach,
Ende der
just to hold
Nordschleife-Runde
it tight on
mit
the
dem neuen
inside.
Gran
And then if I'm
Turismo
on this configuration, I can stay on the inside. If I'm on the
und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
This place leaves no room for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Die Legenden der Nürburgring-Nordschleife sind unterwegs. Und zwar direkt zu dir nach Hause. Dank CK Model Cars sicherst du dir deine exklusive Erinnerung an den Besuch an der Rennstrecke. Unzählige Modelle findest du auf ckmodelcars.de oder im Shop direkt in Adenauer.
Falkenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen, follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
So the lead cars now coming towards the end of the run out in the forests, and the second race, albeit termed NLS3, the 57th running of the Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Nürburgring Nordschleife specialist and all-round good bloke Peter Kate is alongside me, John Hindorf. I love these races. 4 hours. Recalibrate your mind. Hello to Lee, who's new to the series. He's just sent us a note on at RSL_studio. He says, I'm new to the series, learning what I can. Lee, I'll say this to you as I would to anybody else. If you're coming from any other form of motor racing, even the Le Mans 24 hours at an 8.5 mile lap, recalibrate your mind. 30 seconds here, Peter Kate, is like a second and a half on a normal track.
Yeah, I mean, the track is so long. You can see from the onboard feeds and so on, the helicopter shots, we're going through magnificent countryside, a lot of elevation, a lot of really, really challenging configurations of corners, cambers, crests, high curbs. You know, nobody, as I always say, gets any track limits penalties here, because if you go over the track limits, you're in the wall. So it's a different kind of racing. And just to pick up on something you said earlier about how they'll be pressing on, you're not going to see people driving at 7/10 here. This will be full on all the way. There's no battery recharging, there's no button pressing. You knew I'd mention it at some point, John. You know, we're talking about flat out racing to the end. You know, there are tyre changes, there's refueling at pit stops, so they are going to be on it.
There's not even really any fuel saving here. There's fuel strategy, Peter. We may see people, and again, I'm not going into the details of this. If you want to delve into all of the technical regulations and sporting regulations, they're there on the NLS site in English and in German, and fascinating they are. But if you come in earlier in the race after 3 or 4 laps rather than the 6 or 7 that you can get with a full tank of racing fuel, you will have a shorter pit stop. Not only because your fuel fill is shorter, but it is mandated. Because in the pit lane, again, cleanse your mind of any other motorsport. These are top quality, thoroughbred race cars right through the field, whether they're the SP9, GT3 cars, GT4s or whatever, but you are filling these cars with a pistol grip pump just like you would down your local supermarket or filling station. They aren't exactly the same. They're not having the same flow rate. So that's one reason that we have a mandatory pit stop. It's also for safety reasons in what is a very, very busy pit lane with sometimes 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 cars to one pit. Yes, 6 or 7 cars to a pit. So cleanse your mind of all of the motorsport here, Peter, for those who are watching for the first time. Hello to Tim Jackson, by the way. He should have been having an early night to get ready for marshalling Topo for the V8 Supercars Sunday, but Cyclone Van Au is not playing ball, and the guys have got to be down to the South Island for that. Tim, thanks for dropping us a line. It is just something completely different. Lovely to see the sunshine, lovely to see the cars warming their variety of tyres at the front of the field, and we are getting ready to go green. The 2 HWAs, by the way, is Lance David Arnold and Sebastian Ash starting the 62 and 61.
Yeah, you can see they're coming down the main straight here. The Dottinghurst Straight is about 2 kilometres. Fantastic opportunity for slipstreaming and a pass into the twists of Tiergarten at the end of the straight. They're now going to be warming up those tyres. They're going to be having to assemble into grid formation just as they approach those last twists at the end of the straight, which means that tyre warming has to be done by then, and the brakes have got to be up to temperature because the first brake is a big brake.
How much in percentage terms are you to full tyre temperature as you go across the line?
I mean, you do your best, but it's never full. It's never full. So you've just got to get them somewhere in the window and then make sure, obviously, a little caution into the first corner, partly because you can't quite see what's around the corner, as I mentioned earlier, but also they won't be up to full temperature at this point, especially because, look, they're having to slow down now to a very pedestrian pace as they're forming up into the grid formation. Tyre temperatures dropping away as we speak, especially because the temperatures there, the ambient temperature is not that high today. It's only about 15 degrees.
Still, we've seen it a darn sight worse at various times down through the years, and indeed NLS1 didn't happen, although the snow and the wet had pretty much disappeared. The tyre companies were not happy that they could run their tyres in the cold tarmac conditions. 4 hours on the clock. The 57th running of the Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy is about to get underway with a new vicinity, a new position for the start lights, which are red at the moment, much further down the start-finish straight, actually over the top of the brow. Now, down towards and under the BMW bridge, it's BMW on the outside in the classic Yokohama colours, David Pittard on the inside with the AMG from KCMG in their red, in their blue, black and white colours. A huge send down the outside by one of the Porsches is going to end up way on the grass, and that's not going to make a difference. But here comes Klaus Bachler in the teal blue and dark blue Falcon car as he pushes his way through there. Pierre Caffer in the Audi just a little bit more circumspect towards the bottom end of the top 10, and Grello caught right in amongst it as well. The other bright yellow car in there is the 786 Thomas Munch driven Lamborghini. Lamborghinis have both held their lines pretty well. Thorsten Krantz in the white BMW in that third position there it is for Thorsten. Remember, no number 33 on the grid. That K. Kramer Audi threw a water hose after it had qualified in third position, just coming down the Dottinger on its fourth lap. And that car has been withdrawn. Pretty clean opening stanza.
Yeah, and for those of you looking at the TV feed, you'll see this is the Grand Prix track, the F1 track, but we are just about to see the difference between this and the Nordschleife as the cars now turn left onto the top of the Nordschleife, the Sabine Schmitz curve down into Hatzenbach. You'll notice the track gets incredibly narrow. Curbs get higher, trees start leaning over the track. You know, we're back into the classic Eifel Mountain type environment of the Nordschleife.
This track, built in the late 1920s, up to 1927, as an antidote for road racing. Road racing was getting a bit too dangerous, the cars were getting too fast, and
farm animals were getting killed.
Yeah, and screaming past people's front doors at 120 miles an hour. And so, as a bit of a work project and bringing some money into the region as well, the Nürburgring Nordschleife was constructed as a race and test area. And indeed, just before the Caracciola Carousel, the test hill that goes up to the top of Hoacht effectively is still visible. And if you go there, you can see that and drive round on your tourist laps. Second set of cars getting underway. WNS Motorsport, SRS Zorg Rennsport at the sharp end of that, with Schmickler as well, the 950. Reminder for those of you watching down under that Yasser Shaheen was supposed to be driving the number 960 Schmickler car to get his laps in for his permit. He went off on his outlap at the Hatzenbach in qualifying, and I have not seen that car on the grid. It's the 960, so we'll check that for you as they all come through. Front end of this grid, a lot of Cup 3, that's effectively GT4 Caymans and GT4 BMWs, etc. are in there. There's a TCR, couple of TCR cars in there as well, RS3 Audi I just noticed going through, and some SP4Ts, and already somebody going very, very wide at the top end of the Grand Prix circuit in one of the Golfs, I think that is. Threw up a lot of dust there. But this is where the bulk of the guys who are doing the full season of the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, these next two groups, that's where these guys will be.
Yeah, indeed. And these kind of one-make series like the Cup 3 Cayman class that you can see leading this group, this is also where the next generation of GT3 SB9 drivers will come from. A lot of them are young pros who are cutting their teeth on this kind of endurance racing, having come from a variety of backgrounds. And you'll really see no quarter given between those guys. I raced in this class last year, a couple of years before that as well, and I can tell you it's full on. It's full on. There's no percentage driving there.
So now the third and final group are coming to the line. which will take us from position number 96 down to 130, whatever it was. And as they come across the line, their red lights will go to green. And again, they'll all be on the start finish. One or two little sneaky looked out. Have they gone green yet? No, they haven't. Now they have. And one of the Cupras pulling out down to the right-hand side. Their driver's left. And it'll be 3 wide into the heavy braking area. Golf on the inside. Porsche in the middle. And Cupra around the outside. And they've miraculously all managed to get through. A lot of BMWs of varying vintages in these two classes, or these two groups that we've mentioned. We have also actually, we haven't seen that yet, we've got one of the B-Spec Cupras, a couple of the B-Spec Cupras actually in this group, including the number 519 car, the all-white car. We haven't mentioned we've got the Z3 back as well this weekend, although I'm told that they're just homologating tyres and they might only do the requisite 8 laps to get that car, or at least to get the tyres on that car homologated. We haven't seen that BMW for a very long time here. It's the SP9 AM entry, and when it crossed the line it was in 35th position. And René de Boer, good morning René. He says he spoke to Hein Koopman, who owns the car and runs it with the team. They'll do 2 hours if everything goes to plan on that BMW. Good to see it back, one of the more popular cars back in the day, fan favourite. Hello to Arnage Rob, looks like a lovely day on the Nordschleife it is. Interested to see how the HWA Evos go. Will they get in the SP9 pack? I'm not sure where the BOP sits for those, to be honest, because obviously that's a bit of a wild card, although it's an SPX car. And how long before Grello gets to the front? Well, with Matt Campbell to come in that car and Chan Guven driving it at the moment, my suspicion is it won't be that long. So a pretty clean start from all of the grids, Peter, and that's good news. It got hectic down into turn 1. There might have been a little bit of a touch there between Wittmann in the black and red BMW and the other BMW, the white Total Energy car, going through turn 1. So a bit of BMW on BMW action, the Yokohama car and the Total Energies car.
Yeah, you really don't want to be on the on the outside or in the middle, if that makes sense. The inside of that first corner is the safest place to be, and that helicopter shot was a great example of the cars on the outside appear to have the advantage in the early part of the turn, but then just get squeezed out onto the dirt. If you're in the middle, if you're sandwiched between the two, generally it doesn't end well for your wing mirrors. So it's usually a good idea to stick right. It's a long race. 4 hours is a long race. It's not going to be won or lost on the first corner.
Down the Dottinger Hohe for the first time. The end of the Dottinger Hohe into Tiergarten, all right. These guys are on the throttle so long, they're actually coming back up the hill before they even think about lifting off, Peter. That actually, as much as anything else on this circuit, which is a circuit of superlatives, that actually scrambles my brain the most.
It does, and the thing is, you mentioned multi-class racing earlier, and that's one location where there's an enormous difference. I had the good fortune to drive a very low downforce car a few years back, which was super quick down the straight, in excess of 300 km/h, got to that braking spot, having driven past GT3s on the straight, and then 3 of them will come back past me in the braking zone. It's a massive difference of capability through that section.
So nice, sensible first lap, as much as it can be. So I'm going to drag a chair up now and observe what we've seen. So from the effectively standing start, or at least the slow rolling start, an 8:01 for poleman David Pittard in the KCMG Mercedes. It was coming through in second, the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, so that was the number 7. The teal blue, almost Leighton House Miami blue car in second place. Torsten Kranz is in third for the BMW. That's the lighter colour BMW with the white, red and blue on the car. Actually, I said that was Total Energies, my apologies. Very similar coloured car, not their main sponsor. Then it is the Schubert Motorsport Yokohama BMW, Marco Wittmann behind the wheel of the 77. Dan Arrow, the Black Falcon, is the best of the SP9 AM cars in 5th. Another car that is very easily spotted. So Torsten Krantz then with, is it Torsten or is it Morris? Sorry, I've now second guessed myself on that, the 23 car. It is Moritz, my apologies. Moritz Krantz behind the wheel of that BMW. I thought I'd heard myself say Moritz early on. 4 hours, Peter. You said it's flat out, but how long before you decide not to sit in a line of 3 cars like second, third, and fourth are at the moment? Are you waiting for someone else to make a mistake? Or are you gonna try and push someone into a mistake?
Yeah, it's tricky, John, because you've got that long straight towards the end of the circuit. You do want to be in a position to take advantage of a slipstream pass if the opportunity's there, so you want to be close enough in touch with the other guys, but you don't want to have obviously followed so close through the rest of the lap that you've either overheated something or indeed lost some downforce if you're in a heavy downforce car. I think it was really interesting to listen to the dialogue after the last NLS race with Max Verstappen, apparently having found some trick to pass through those twisty sections relatively close to the cars in front. I heard Danny Juncadella talking about this amazing secret that he discovered, Max had discovered, and I spent a lot of time looking at Max's onboards, what I think that was all about, and this is just my opinion, of course, without any specific data. He found a window in the dirty air behind where I think he was still able to generate quite a lot of downforce. And if you look at that in CFD, you can see that a few car lengths behind, there is a relatively clean section of airflow from the diffuser of the car in front. And my hypothesis is that he sat in that close enough to take advantage of the slipstream on the straight, but not so close that he was struggling with the dirty air. And you could actually see out of some of the corners, he was able to really move his car around to a great degree in that position, showing that he did have a lot of front end, a lot of good grip.
We said there's no real fuel saving here, because saving a full lap of fuel, particularly in these shorter races, is nigh on impossible. Now, in the middle of the night, in the 24th, there's a lot of code 60s or slow zones, different matter. But what you do have to manage here is your tyres.
Yeah, and it also comes down to the setup work that you've been doing on the car, because if the car's been really well developed with the engineers prior to the race, what they're looking for is a balance of tyre wear versus fuel burn. So as your fuel load comes down, obviously your tyres are wearing, but your lap time shouldn't really change if you've got the setup correct. Now, some of these cars, they'll have a certain tendency to under or oversteer, and that's obviously not good for that end of the car, and the tyres are going to wear too quickly, and that nice balance will go away towards the end of the stint. But if you've done it right, both in terms of setup and indeed driving style, which has to sometimes be adapted, you can maintain lap times through the stint in this format of racing, and you're not going to see a big drop off, or indeed you're not going to see a lot of protective driving in the early part to try and make the tyres last.
And the cars at the front of the field, actually, even the SP10 cars, the GT4 cars, yellow flags out at the... Now, where's that? Is that the run up to Moot Curve?
It's the code 60 coming up there to... It looks like... is that style stroking before carousel?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So it was just coming up to the Moot Curve, and we have a car off at the side of the road, and it is the 111. Just before that, we were watching the Cup 3 Pro class cars having a good battle as well. 111, by the way, at the side of the road. So that's a very short outing. That would probably have been on their opening lap. That's the Team GS competition. Eugene Becker and Jonas Sputgen behind the wheel of those cars. Meantime, Moritz Krantz still has his rear view mirror full of Yokohama BMW. So this is the number 23, that white, blue and red car. Stop and go penalty assessed for the Audi number 19. This is the Van Rooyen, Coronel and Koolhaas machine. Haven't been told what that is for, so if we see that number 19 having come into the pits, at least we know that it wasn't a scheduled stop.
I think, John, there was a excessive gap in front of that car when they were forming down the grid on the start line, and I think he got a flyer on the cars ahead because of that gap, so he was perhaps penalised for that, but that's just something I saw briefly. We'll wait for confirmation.
Yeah, and you were correct. That was at Stahlstrecke for the 111. Technical problem for the 111. I think we've worked that one out. We'll get more information. Our German colleagues work the pit lane very well indeed. And if you go onto the Langstrecken Series site, there's a live ticker as well. Now that is in German, but of course if you use a translation app. Oh, and another BMW going slowly, this time on the Dr. Gehör, and staying across the drivers. Right, that's insanely quick there. That's where you come on now to do the tourist laps, the tourist fahren. Pay your money, go on round. I think it used to be 4 for about €32 when I first started doing it. I think it's more than that for a single lap now. We're hearing as well, and thank you to Johannes, that there'll be 3 HWA Evos at the ADAC Nürburgring 24, all with retro DTM inspired liveries, the Kasia and the sort of Sonax ones that we've seen here, and we haven't been told yet by HWA what the third one will be. So your suggestions please to @RSL_studio. A 190 Mercedes DTM inspired livery for the third car next month. Fantastic. It was the 889 BMW, by the way, the red BMW that was going slowly, which is another WNS Motorsport car. This is the Frank Einhorn, Max Lamesch and John Marschall machine. So fastest laps last time around for everybody pretty much in the top 10 as they complete, in fact no, all the way down to 29th as they cross the line. Everybody getting quicker. It's been a good start by the Engelhardt driven Conrad machine, up into second position for the Lamborghini. Not in its first flush of youth, that car, but still able to be competitive here. We've already seen the debut, of course, of the Huracan's replacement, the Temerario in IMSA competition, the Tartan Temerario as it was from Pfaff. So Christian Engelhardt with 2 co-drivers named, Pavel Leverov and Patricia Stalitzin. That BMW has taken a very, very long time to get all the way back. The bright red car sensibly moving off the racing line, but there's nothing he can do after this corner, Peter. He's got to go across the right side.
He's got to cross to the right. And there's nothing worse than these tight sections with the speed difference when your car's creeping along. You're doing your best to stay off the track, but there's not much room off the track, as you can see. So it's a question of just trying to make it back without getting in the way of the racing, and obviously if you're carrying something like a puncture or whatever, you have to be very, very patient to make sure you don't do further damage to the car.
Probably not as important here because of it's a 4-hour race, Peter, but we should make the point that outside assistance does not disqualify you from the race in these events.
That's correct. I mean, the whole ethos here is to keep things going, right? We all want to get to the finish, and you know, the crowd, the marshals, everybody's. It's all about trying to make sure that we get to the finish, and as many cars to do that as possible. And so, you know, you can be assisted, you can be pushed out of a situation, you can be repaired trackside even. If you get it behind the barriers. So there are certain places as drivers we know not to stop the car because our mechanics can't reach us if they take a moped out with a sack of tools. So we know where we shouldn't and where we should stop, and it's all about trying to make sure that we can continue the race. Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, that drive-through for the Max Kreuzer Racing, that's the Jaap van Room, Tom Coronel and Christian Callas. That was for speeding in the pit lane during qualifying, and it's got a 90-second stop and hold, actually, for that. Clark Duffy has offered up the Mercedes 190 DTM livery with the green and gold beer livery. Basically, probably the best thing for me to say about that. Any more, please? Into the pit lane. Now, this is a very early stop, and that can't surely. This is the Z4. That can't. The Z3, excuse me. That we were talking about earlier on. I can't say that this is a scheduled stop. As I say, they're looking to homologate the size and construction of the Pirelli tyres that they run on. I mentioned sort of almost in passing as we were getting ready to start, Peter, that this is an open, for most of the classes, this is an open tyre formula, and for certainly the class at the front of the field, and we normally have 10 or a dozen for the 24-hour race. One of the few big international races now that has still got an open tyre formula at the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with your comment earlier that it's a shame when series go to one tyre manufacturer. I mean, it takes away one big element that mixes up the racing, particularly here, because here we have such massive weather changes.
Yeah.
You have full wet monsoon type weather all the way through to light rain to very, very cold conditions, or even super hot conditions. And the tyre manufacturers sometimes are very, very advantaged in certain conditions, but disadvantaged in others, and that's what really mixes up the racing here.
Fantastic pass in traffic as Klaus Bachler unusually was slightly out fumbled there. That's Dan Arrow that he's having the battle with in the gold and red car. Dan actually led Klaus on the way into this lap. Klaus had got past him, and the old adage of traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. Dan was sharp on the button. Car being pulled back there. And again, just as they're coming through, that's Brunchen, isn't it? As they're coming through there. Again, expect to see that. You may be going, oh my goodness, what they're doing, that's not safe. It is done here. It is covered under white flags, and the drivers are expected to be respectful. Now, we mentioned about this permit process. Again, if you're new, everyone has to have a permit. Doesn't matter whether you've got a super license, an international FIA license, you still have to come through the permit process. And the key thing about that, and it has happened in events before, if you do not abide by the rules, you can get penalty points on your permit, and indeed, even within an event, Peter, your permit can be revoked.
Yes, indeed. And it's obviously related to the seriousness of the penalty, or whether or not you have multiple penalties, which ultimately, just like on a road licence, can result in a ban. I think it's the right approach. You know, this circuit is dangerous, as motor racing circuits tend to be, but this one has particular challenges that require a particular permit process, and we all, every year, even if we have a permit, we all as drivers undergo an online test to make sure that all of the regulations that are specific to this circuit are understood by us. And there is at the end of that test, there is an examination. You have a certain number of attempts to pass it, and if you don't pass it, you won't be racing.
Simple as that. Two BMWs got very, very close again as they're battling. That's the Moritz Krantz and Marco Wittmann cars. They're battling for third and fourth on the overall. And then we've got a couple of Porsches behind them just coming through to the end of the lap. Oh, Dan Arrow just taking a little bit too much curb on the middle part of the Tiergarten. Is that an opportunity for the Falcon car and Klaus Bachler to drag up behind them? There's traffic ahead of them as well now. They're well inside the third group of cars. Dan Arrow very decisive down the inside in that number 5 machine. Lovely colour scheme on that car. Really like the gold and red, and it suits the swoopy nature of the Black Falcon machine. Of course, Falcon, as we know, that is a classic livery.
It's almost ubiquitous with the Nürburgring, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I'm so pleased to see that they're going to keep that, despite the fact that it's all part of Dunlop, or Dunlop are part of that now. As things change in business, their Falcon, as far as I'm aware, will run a Falcon car at the 24 and a Dunlop livery car. There's some classic Dunlop. I think the Dunlop 962, when you think about Porsches with the white rims, the white aero rims. So there's some great liveries out there. Yokohama, another tyre company. We mentioned 3 tyre companies there. We've got Pirelli, we've got Michelin. Incredible proving ground for technology here, Peter.
Definitely, and even outside the racing, if you turn up at the Nordschleife on a weekday that isn't a public driving day, you'll see testing going on.
Round the outside by Marco Wittmann, going through the hat to back out of it because of the VW Golf that was right in front of them. My goodness, that was a very, very impressive move, and they just about kept themselves apart there.
Rubbings Racing, right?
You used to call it swapping paint now. I suppose it's just transferring vinyl now, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Really? And that's allowed the 2 battling Porsches to close right up. And again, that 3, 4, 5 seconds that was the gap between the 2 BMWs has come down to 0, effectively. And what a great opportunity for the 2 Porsches now to get about that Yokohama BMW. Marco Wittmann, Dan Arrow leading the charge in SP9 AM. Thomas Much, by the way, for the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini. That's the 786 car that we mentioned, the bright yellow car. He's in 9th. And that is...
A lot of traffic here coming up. There's going to be some opportunities.
Audi being pushed back into the pit lane, I think it is. Into the garage, yes it is. Now, is that the Dupre car? I think it might be. Now, they're on Goodyear, another tyre manufacturers. Let's see if we can find where that car is. Well, it's not the Asbest Cupra. It is, yeah, it's the 480 Audi S3. This is virtually straight stock car until they got some stickers on it the other year. It's a family-run tuning business, and they enter the 24 hours as well. And it's they actually got moved classes because it was they did too good a job, actually. It was last year or the year before, and now we've had contact, and this is the 491 Hyundai that has been shortened at the front end of that car. This is an i30N. Hyundai, one of the many car manufacturers that use the Nürburgring as test and development. This is the Stenler Marketing by Mertens motorsport car.
So that's happened on the cut through on the Grand Prix track.
Yeah.
Curious place. I suspect that another car was involved. It's a very strange place to have an issue on your own.
BMW's back at it again in this battle for third. Actually, that was a moment or two ago, wasn't it? And you were right, Peter. There was a little bit of a touch there as they came up upon the Golf with the bright orange roof. David Pittard squeaked out to a 3.6 second lead. Now, if that was Spa or Silverstone or even Le Mans, you think, well, that's a decent lead. That can disappear in a blink of an eye behind a couple of 2 battling TCR cars, which is exactly what's just happened to Marco Wittmann going uphill towards Mutkerb, and the issue with that is he's just lost all his momentum, and now he's got 2 Porsches on him.
And the Porsche switched. The Falcon is now ahead as a result of that traffic.
Traffic assisted, and there's an Audi right in there as well, which is the Max Kreuzer racing car. And this is the alternatively fueled number 75. Nürburgring, NLS and the N24 for quite some time have championed using alternative fuels. We've had diesel, we've had compressed gas, and biofuel, of course, which is the big thing at the moment.
And once upon a time, hydrogen.
Well, yes, hydrogen, yes. A full zero emissions lap of the full Nordschleife was done in that. That was the Rapide, wasn't it? The
Aston Rapide, that's right. I think 2012, maybe.
Is it that long ago? Good heavens. It ran on petrol, kept the V12 engine, ran on petrol and hydrogen, could swap between them, use them at various times of the lap, but they did want to see if they could do a full lap, and indeed they could, and they did. That's the bright blue car. I drove that car on the national circuit at Silverstone when it was just a petrol car, and what a platform that was, with it being so long.
Yeah, very stable.
For somebody like me who doesn't drive a lot, it was so much fun to get towards the limit. It really was talking to you all the time. It was not a snappy car. Very, very stable platform.
I think the concern was that if anybody lost it on the Nordschleife and ended up sideways across the track, they'd have to stop the race. It would reach from one side to the other.
So, almost, in fact, just over half an hour gone in this one, and you can go to pretty much exactly an hour. So you can make this on 3 pit stops, pit at the end of hour 1, hour 2 and hour 3, or thereabouts. Whether you do that or you come in slightly earlier, that is the question. Slightly earlier might give you track position. Dan Arrow's lost a bit of pace here, actually, since being passed by Klaus Bachler.
Yeah.
Coming through to the Gallows Hill, Galgenkopf.
I think the Audi smells blood as well.
Yes, absolutely agree. Now let's see who's got the ponies down the Dottinger Hohe. The Audi is in the slipstream, edges, and then there'll be a point just as they come to the Bilstein Bridge. If he's close enough, that gap will close much, much quicker, and it's starting to pick up pace now. Here comes the R8, right in the middle of the road for Dan Arrow. You barely even turn the wheel through the left-hander there. You basically look through the corner and let the car follow your eyes. Not quite close enough as they come into Tiergarten, but very, very graphic illustration from the helicopter there, Peter, of how the slipstream works and how you gather pace and momentum as you're getting towards the back of the car.
I think that's the beauty of this track. As I said earlier, we have this very, very long, almost 2 kilometre straight, but then
actually that was Chris Mace in the Mustang that's getting close to him. My apologies, I saw the black, thought it was the Audi.
Me too.
That is Chris from the above shot, but that's Chris Mace in the HRT Ford Racing Mustang GT3.
Yeah, that long straight really gives the opportunity for the slipstream, but obviously the rest of the track is much more tortuous. So it's a real... you're treading carefully, trying to keep close to the car in front, trying not to get too close because of the overheating issue we talked about, because of the loss of downforce, depending which car. But you do want to be close enough to have a go. And I think as the race wears on, you're going to see more and more of that. The beauty of all this, of course, is that there's nothing here around any button pressing of a hybrid system or slingshots on battery power. You know, this is all done by the driver thinking, where is my opponent weak? Where can I capitalize on their weakness? Is it into the twisty stuff? You know, is it on power? Is it all about the slipstream? And it's really kind of playing that dance through these stints.
Oh, we've got some good, very good suggestions coming in for classic 190 liveries for the HWA. Rennie de Boer saying that Dable's brewery, it's his local brewery based in Issam, about 10 kilometres up the road from where he lives. Sadly, the new owners in BEV have stopped almost all marketing activities for what was once a great brand. Klaus Ludwig and Ellen Lohr mentioned as well in those 190s in 1992-93. I'll be talking to Ellen Lohr next week in Italy, actually. And Johannes, thank you for passing on some great snippets this morning at RSL_studio. Now, one of the HWA cars in the sort of Sonax colours just coming through now to cross the start line. Sound pretty fruity as well. Jürgen Nett, who is in the number 480 Audi, in his 40th consecutive season of VLN, LNS or whatever, NLS or whatever it's been called down through the years. And he was the youngest overall champion way back in 1987. Magnificent. I hope they get that car back out for that. At RSL_studio. These sort of, what do they call them? Retro evocations. Oh, yellow flags on the Grand Prix circuit going in to the cut through at the first hairpin on the Grand Prix circuit.
For the car at the cut through. There it is on the left.
Yeah. Green flag on the exit. And they get immediately back up to speed to the top of the hill. And then you plunge downhill after the long right-hander. Really pick up speed very, very quickly here. Good opportunity. BMW driver in one of the four-door BMWs flashing his left-hand indicator to tell the cars following that he was going to steer across to the left. Then they use the faster version of the chicane. Interesting to see the differing lines to go onto the Hats and back, and the Porsche that's right in front of the HWA Evo R, the number 61, actually took a little bit of curb there. That's one of the K. Kramer cars, the 909.
Yeah, the balance of those two cars will be a little bit different, obviously, and as they go over that entry into the Nordschleife, there's a nasty crest which tends to disturb the cars differently depending which car you're in. Those Porsches tend to be quite light on the front end. They tend to jump across the track on that crest quite a lot, so it's interesting. You can see that in those lines you just referenced, the cars turning a little later to accommodate that jump across.
Given that I know this from my road-going Porsche 911s, I presume the balance of a Porsche 911 changes, and actually even the GT4, the Caymans as well, changes quite considerably as you burn the fuel off, because you've got that fuel tank right at the front.
To some extent, yeah, of course. And then aerodynamically, obviously, quite different at low speed versus high speed as well. Yeah,
good point. Voice of Peter Kate alongside me, John Hindhoff, in the Ford Racing Global Performance Global Broadcast Centre, excuse me. NLS3, good to have your company. The Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, part of this, the championship within the championship for Cup 2 and Cup 3 cars. And the live standings, Porsche's, the Cup 3 cars all starting in the 900s, 953. Leading that at the moment by 8 seconds. That's the
Sandberg car.
The Sandberg car, yeah.
Accompanied by Alex Fielenbach, who was my teammate a couple of years back in one of those cars. Very quick guy. So
effectively, that class is what you'll be racing in the 24?
So that class is Cup 3, so it is based on GT4, but it's a Manthey-built one-make series, Cup 3, whereas there are, confusingly, GT4 Caymans that look like those Caymans in SP10 class, so subtly different. These Cup 3s are all identical. The Cup 2 cars are GT3s, also built by Manthey as a one-make series.
Right, so they're the MRs class that we would talk about.
Precisely.
Yeah. Got you. Yeah, the yellow and grey number 962. A lot of very Porsche numbers, as you might imagine, with them starting at 9. Jesse's asked a question to which I do not know the answer, because we don't have all the tyre details. He asked if Bridgestone have any entries here, and I don't think so, but I can't say for sure because my entry list doesn't have that on. And we've got another one of those Porsches, by the way, the 6-7, which is stopped at Arenberg. And we'll wait to see. Is that being covered at the moment? Yes, it is. Arenberg, Valvoline, and at the short NLS shortcut. With some slow zones there. So that was what we saw a little bit earlier on. Number 900, Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car is the noise you can hear. Coming down to... now, where are they coming? That was Brunchen, wasn't it? Now, heading up the hill, you can use the block paving on the left-hand side up towards Ice Curve. They've moved the barrier here, Peter.
The barrier move, the big barrier move is before her act.
Oh yes, that's right.
Yeah, this one, that exit curb that you just saw on the right, a lot of cars use that. It's not friendly on the car, the drive shafts as they come back down on the track, full gas on. You can use it. If you have to use it, we tend to avoid it if possible. This section is just phenomenal. Flansgarten 2 down to the Beloff curves. Just watch this. It's pretty much flat. In a GT3 it should be flat, just a small touch of the brakes to stabilise the front of the car.
It's that middle part of the track that I've always got to do a lap or two of to remind myself, because there's so much that looks similar, and if you get it wrong you are going to have a big problem.
Definitely. Many times if you go there on a tourist day where people are driving their own cars around the track, you get those guys who slam on the brakes in the middle of a straight just ahead of a crest because they think it's the one with the corner after it.
Yeah. Yeah. We haven't mentioned our leader for a little while. KCMG, David Pittard started on pole position and he's pulled out a healthy 9-second lead. He's coming into the slow zone now for that stranded car, which is being recovered. I think there's some barrier damage there as well. It looked like they had one of the barrier trucks. Meantime, Dan Arrow just onto the Grand Prix circuit with the Mustang right in behind him at the moment.
That's of zone,
Chris Mate as they come into the slow zone. Now, how much leeway are you given, Peter, as a driver coming into the slow zone? How much advantage can you take, or indeed how much might you lose by being not quite switched on?
Yeah, I mean, you can lose everything because it used to be somewhat of a human observer type situation where they would watch you, and if you were still speeding past the flag or the code 60 board, they could radio in the observation and you may get a penalty. Now it's all very, very controlled. So there are sensors in the track. They know exactly where you should have slowed to that speed at that marshal spot. And they also know if you accelerate early when leaving that slow zone, so you cannot accelerate above that speed until you've passed the next flag, whether it's a yellow back up to 120 kilometers an hour or whether it's a green flag.
The BMW number 40 facing the wrong direction. This is the Z3 we were talking about with the Pirelli tyres, and it's left rear suspension failure, or have they hit something else? It's completely facing the wrong direction on, is that the very early part of the Nordschleife?
I think, I can't tell with this shot, but it looks like the entry just into the Sabine Schmitz curve.
Yeah.
Yes, so on that crest I was talking about.
That's the old pit lane just off the cars left, isn't
so
it?
It's exactly where we were talking about a few minutes ago. The crest off the Grand Prix onto the Nordschleife, probably lost the car on that crest.
Yeah, witness marks on the curb right in front of where the car is now, and he's looped the car coming onto the Nordschleife and then cracked that left rear into the Armco right by the Marshal's hut there. It's actually a bridge that they're going over the road that drops back down into town.
We saw that car in the pit lane, right?
Yes.
And I wonder if he was on cold tyres. I wonder if they changed tyres and he's gone out and done that.
Just a quick word to Jochen at Frozen Speed, the legendary photographer around the Nürburgring, Nordschleife and other places. Sadly, he had a small mishap yesterday, I'm just finding out. So he's sitting out the NLS action today. I presume some of his team will still be out there. Get well soon, Jochen, and I'm sure he'll be back out next weekend if he can be. And come and see us, please, again, as you tend to do at the ADAC 24 hours at RSL_studio if you'd like to get in touch with us, as many of you have been. Coming into 45 minutes, a big hug for Sebastian Ash, who was the starting driver of the HWA, the black car, in the number 61 machine. He's out of the car. There's a new set of tyres going on, and these are the first scheduled stops, I would say, from the sharp end of the field. So it's Peter.
Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de. This place leaves no room for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
And side-by-side impact, I wouldn't like to call that one, but as the faster car, Peter, you have the responsibility to make a clean pass.
Yeah, it's something that's quite unique about the Nordschleife. You have full responsibility as the car behind to get past cleanly. There are blue flags, but the car in front is not obliged to move out of the way. Obviously, the car in front should not make any sudden moves, if you like, or errant moves. But in that case, I'd like to see a helicopter view, because on that onboard, what I could see is that the Hyundai was definitely not ahead at the point of contact. The passing car was already well alongside, if not further alongside than it needed to be to make the pass, and it looked like the Hyundai turned in.
Of course, they're all sitting on the left-hand side of the cars. I don't think we've got any right-hand drive cars racing here. You do get a blind spot, but again, you've got to be aware. Just a little while ago, we reported that the Z3 BMW Coupe had contact just coming on to the Nordschleife just before even you get onto the Hatzenbach, before Sabine Schmidt's curve, where the old pit lane is. Quite often, if you've done manufacturers' days there, or you've done VIP days there, that'll be where you join the Nürburgring. That's where all the record attempts get pitted into, and you can start off from there. RSL and RS1, along with Nürburgring TV, live on YouTube, live and free. The same next weekend as well. It's a very busy weekend across the RSL portfolio of audio and visual channels, in addition to the two NLS races, one on Saturday afternoon into evening. Now check your local listings for details there, so we'll go into the gloaming, the dusk if not full darkness in Germany. It will be worth watching for sure, and of course Max Verstappen's back for that as well. His first opportunity, in fact it'll be his only opportunity before the Nürburgring 24-hour race to see the Nürburgring in not full daylight. So in addition to that, we have the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship on Friday and Saturday. That's from Long Beach. They're sharing with IndyCar over there. And we've also got Porsche Carrera Cup North America from that event on the streets of Long Beach. But wait, there's more, because it is the 12 hours of Spa for the Michelin 24-hour series. Got that in sound and vision for you as well. Johnny Palmer will be leading the team there. And that's still not it, because it's the opening round of the FIA World Endurance Championship on the circuit at Imola, circuit Enzo Dino Ferrari, and that is the 6 hours of Imola on Sunday. We'll have free practice 3 and qualifying on the Saturday. All covered for you via the Radio Show Limited network of sound and video channels. WEC obviously only in sound, but it is still the only free-to-air global coverage of qualifying and the race. We'll have free practice 3 for you as well. That's all still to come. Damaged car off to the left-hand side of the track. That the end of the foxhole? Think it might be. That's the top of Adenauer Forests that the little battle's going through at the moment.
Yeah, we'll get a longer shot in a second. Down into Metzgersfeld if it is.
So,
yeah, looks like it.
Yeah. So through with the leaders now coming past that battle, and that's the Lamborghini Huracan, Thomas Much driven 786 Renault Motorsport Lamborghini. Picked his way through, and following him through, that's the Jutta Racing Audi. I always feel like a police observer watching a car chase when we get the pictures of to give you the helicopter shots. I've got to say, fantastic investment from VLN and the NLS and our TV partners at Nürburgring Television to have the overhead coverage even for the early season races and not just for the Nürburgring 24 hours. Really is a big help, and it also really gives us the opportunity to see where the different cars, Peter, have their respective strengths and weaknesses.
That's right. I mean, these long shots, you can see the beauty of the countryside here is this serpent of a track sort of winds its way through, and you do get that sense sometimes as a driver of I'm not sure what I'm looking at because I don't normally look at it from 200-300 meters above the track, right? So apologies for the delays whilst I readjust, but you can see now these cars as they climb the hill here, the slipstream is taking effect to some extent. They're closing, and there's going to be some opportunity into some of the tighter corners that we're coming up to for an outbraking opportunity.
Yeah, that was Harry King and Nico Silva, second and third in their class for that battle that we saw the leading cars coming through. Out for the Karsche HWM machine. They do look lovely, HWA machines, the Evo R's. I'm told that very little of the original shell of the car, and again I'm indebted to Johannes for this, it's basically only the roof, the A, B and C pillars. They're admitting to 520 horsepower from what is a bi-turbo V6 in that car, and an awful lot of carbon fibre around that centre section. I mean, the good thing is that it retains the ethos in some respects, and certainly the proportions, Peter, of the original. It was when you saw one of the road-going cars, there was an awful lot of dark grey metallic ones, and when you saw one of those on the street, with the high wing in particular, it was like something from another world back in those days.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And there's a long tradition here. If you remember the Kissling Manta, there wasn't much Manta left in it, right? But the point is, it appealed to people because it looked and sounded great, as these cars do. And it's not just appealing to the people who saw them in the day, whether DTM or on the street. It's also appealing to a whole new generation, a bit like what you're seeing in the retro styling of some of the road cars that are available to us these days. It's a whole new generation of people who are getting into those, and I'm all for it.
Possible pass 4 position here. The BMW M4 right in the hole in the air, being made by the Lamborghini Huracan, and that is the battle for second position.
Just needs a few more feet to get alongside, and then he's going to stay alongside.
Little bit of side drafting there, slows down the car you're passing, and the BMW, what you would think would be the aerodynamically less efficient car with that big bluff front end and the two big kidney grills, drafts by and into second place as they both come to the pit lane. 2 minutes away from the hour mark at the end of lap number 7. David Pittard did come to the lane as well for KCMG. So here are all the leaders coming in. This is spot on time with the formation lap and the starting folderol. 7 laps, so none of the leading cars has broken that protocol, Peter, and we'll see them all coming in. Now, is anybody going to stay out? Oh, it looks like Wittmann may have stayed out, and Matt Campbell as well. Now, Matt Campbell didn't start that car, so Grello must have gone off sequence. I have to say, unseen by me, so apologies for that. Yes. So the Wittmann BMW, the number 77 Schubert car, and the Campbell Porsche both went off sequence. Very interesting. So let's see where they come around, Peter, after that top, 8 or 9 have actually stopped.
It's a smart thing to do, even though the actual stop is time capped, as we said. It does give you the opportunity to avoid the traffic in the pit lane, and you can get caught behind a car going too slow down that pit lane, losing you those vital seconds.
They came in after lap 6, so Chan-Goven came in after lap 6, so they will have had a shorter stop, and the advantage of now having been out on the Nordschleife and warmed up their tyres. So now let's see how that plays out when they come back together again. With an hour gone then, we should probably also take a look at some of the class leaders, as we've got this little hiatus, cessation of hostilities, with the KCMG number 47 car leading. David Pittard, I think not headed. I don't think he lost the lead to the number 77 BMW, which started alongside him. And so he's led all of the 7 laps at the moment. He's now brought that car into the pit lane. In Pro-Am, it's the Gamonta Racing BMW number 23. In Am, in 5th position, Dan Arrows had a feisty first stint, having a great battle with Klaus Bachler at one stage in the Volker Motorsports Porsche. In 81, it's the Max Kreuzer Racing Audi. It's the alternative fuel class. That's in 10th position at the moment and has just pitted. Cup 2, which is the Porsche 992 Cup class cars, effectively Carrera Cup cars. It's Black Falcon in the number 900. SPX is the Reiter Engineering GTX KTM Crossbow in 12th position as they're pitted. That's number 66. In 82, it's the Black Falcon Porsche, number 632, in 20th. It is the Manthey SP Pro, GT3 Cup car in SP Pro, the 992 in 22nd. In Cup 3, it is the Porsche 918, well, they're all, 718. It's the Sandberg entered car, and that's the 953. Good battle going on there between the Sperlis Racing, SRS, Sorg Rennsport and WNS Motorsport, and Schmickler, actually. They're all running line astern, separated by not very much. SP10, it's the Pro Sport Racing AMG GT4. Amazing how straight stock they look as well. Being chased down at about 11 seconds by 2 Black Falcon BMWs, the 177 and the 180. In SP14, Max Kreuzer Racing's Golf GTI Club Sport is the number 76, leading in 45th position. Right behind them is the SP3T leader, Schmickler Performance 982 Turbo. That is the 312 car. Still they come, TCR. The Audi RS3 of the 801 Moeller Bill Motorsport car in 57th position. The BMW 240i class is led by, in fact, Adrenaline locking out the podium there. They put so much work in, and they are almost always the biggest team in terms of numbers of entries of cars at the ADAC 24. 651, 652 and 650 are in 58th, 59th and 60th position. In VT2, front and four-wheel drive cars is the Cupra Leon. In the pits, the number 470 car. SP8T is one of the M2 Club Sports, and that is the Schubert Motorsport number 145, just leaving the pit lane. In the BMW M2 class, it's Hofer Racing by Bonk, the 888 car that leads in 66th position. The Kroll family outing, by the way, is in 68th in their GT4, and they are in 6th in class. VT2 rear-wheel drive is the Toyota Supra. That's one of the B-class cars, and that is the number 524 in 71st position. I think there's 2 or 3 more to come. V6 Porsche Cayman S, Adrenaline leading that as well. That car's just gone into the pits, and so it's disappeared. There it's gone. 71st position for the 524, actually just coming out of the pits. V5 is a Porsche Cayman from Korn Motors, from Adrenaline Motorsports, the 444 should I say, and the BMW 325 class, that's always pretty hectic as well. It is the number 100 there, that's a privately entered car. SP4, another 325 BMW in 102nd position, and that is the 250 car. And there should be one more. Where's the V3? There it is. The 318 IS BMW number 529 leads the V3 class in 115th position. The Shaheen Schmickler car didn't start after the accident. The 960 Cup 3 car and the BMW 325i did barely a lap. There were early casualties or non-starters. Those are your class leaders with 2 hours and 55 minutes to go. Other activities going on is the kart slalom in the car park. One of the many other motorsport events running the Nürburgring. This is actually the bottom end of the. Actually, it's in the old pit lane and paddock, the old Fahrenlager, and the slalom is laid out to the letters NLS, and basically it is a gymkhana or an auto test for karting. Brilliant.
Yeah, it's a fantastic atmospheric part of the paddock, actually. If you walk into the paddock as a member of the public, you'll walk right past this and you'll see a lot of old artefacts and features from back in the day when this was the main paddock, when the Fangers and Stirling Mosses and so on of this world were racing at the Nordschleife. So always worth a look, and there's usually something crazy going on, some kind of drifting or some other interesting spectacle to watch.
Peter Kate and John Hindorf in the booth for you as we're just after 6 minutes past 1 Central European summer time and right into the meat of this 4-hour race. NLS3 is the 57th running of the Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy. It's actually only the second race of the championship this year, as we lost NLS1. It was simply too cold for the tyres to cope. Not a problem today. Not the baking hot temperatures that we've had in the past, mind you, when we've run races in June and July. But I think this is pretty temperate. Lap time's been pretty good. We haven't cracked the 8 minutes yet in terms of lap times.
A few too many yellow flags and slow zones, I think.
7:53, 7:52.3, excuse me, was the pole time set by David Pittard. Jesse Kron has taken over the pole sitting car, and during that pit stop, David came in with about 9 or 10 seconds. In second now is the BMW of Gemotto Racing in the SP9 Pro-Am lead as well, the number 23. That gap is now 16.5 seconds, and there's a heck of a battle going on between the BMW, the number 23 BMW, with David Khan in that car, and Pavel Lefterov. Sorry, Pavel Lefterov, actually, is probably how you say that, in the Conrad car. So those two are locked together. They were half a second apart across the line. Then it's Ben Luchter in the number 44 Falkland Motorsports. He took over from Klaus Bachler. SP9 is next, and that's the number 9. Dan Arrow started that car. Mike Stursberg has got into the back front. That's the SP9 AM leader, should I say. He's only another 4 or 5 seconds further back. The HRT Ford racing car, Ford Mustang GT3, has just been taken over by the Belgian driver Frederik Vervisch, the number 65 car, having just been the driver last week who put the fastest lap in ever by a United States of America manufactured car with that tremendous 6 minutes 15. There's more to come from that, I suspect. If you didn't listen to Frederick talk to me, it was the top story on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday, and he was in very good spirits and looking forward to this weekend. Interesting comments from him as well about how the Evo is going, likely to be going in this race. They're very happy with the high-speed performance that the new Evo kit has brought to that car. We have a full green flag lap at the moment.
just going back, John, to what you just mentioned on that 6:15 lap that Frederick did. Clearly, for those of you who don't know, that doesn't include the Grand Prix loop.
Yes, good point.
That's why you're getting such a disparate time split between that 6:15 and what we're seeing today, around about 8 minutes. So 8 minutes is the Nordschleife plus the Grand Prix track loop, all built into one racetrack.
I wonder actually what it is in terms of what they're doing in a GT3 car around the Nordschleife. A clear lap, I would think, is probably 6.5, 6:40, something like that, to add on the little bit of the Grand Prix circuit.
Tough to say. I mean, I'd say, maybe even quicker than that. I think we're looking at 2 minutes something for the Grand Prix loop in this configuration. If you run the full GP, it's another sort of 20 seconds or so, roughly,
right
on top.
From memory, it's the first two sectors, which I can just pull up. So that is about, let's see, somebody who hasn't just come out of the pits, which is a bit difficult. Yeah, about 2:30. You're spot on, Peter. Of course you are. So yeah, so 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, something like that.
Wow, that's actually quite impressive when you consider the outright internal combustion engine lap record by a racing car, by an homologated racing car, is still the phenomenal lap in the Porsche 956, which that was a practice lap, in fairness, that was in there. Oh no, that's too small. I've just made my timing screen far too small. I'm just going to have to move it over so I can see the pit stops. Stefan Beloff, of course, with that record, which will probably stand for a very, very long time, if it is ever going to be beaten. Some tiny changes to the layout of the circuit, but not enough to make big differences.
And one could argue, actually, the resurfacing has given more grip.
Well, that's very true.
You know?
Yeah,
so it just makes his lap even more impressive.
And taking out some of the worst of the
jumps.
rises.
Yeah.
That's that's amazing, actually, when we think about that. It's a long time ago, I accept that. But you are talking about a car that was at the front of the field and winning Le Mans and world-class endurance races on the Nordschleife. And even if you say 6:30, a GT3 car is doing a lap time that is barely 20 seconds away from that on 15, nearly 16 miles.
Yeah, crazy. And obviously GT3, power is capped to a certain level.
Yeah,
I'd love to see a de-restricted attempt with the GT3 around here.
That's a fair point.
That would be quite fun.
That would be, well, that Ford Mark IV that Frederick drove is over 800 horsepower from that twin turbo 3.5 litre. It had the Multimatic variable valve race suspension on it, so it's pretty trick. And it was the long tail car. Very, very impressive piece of kit. They're only building 67 of them. There are 25 build slots left. And I know you've got $1.7 million plus local taxes just lying around in your pocket.
I need to look for that.
Yeah.
It must be in a different
Put it down somewhere.
Different pair of trousers. Yeah.
So into the meat of the race now, Peter. For the most part, the starting drivers have got out, handed it over to one of their teammates. You've got time to talk, as you mentioned. You've got time to talk to the incoming driver. What sort of information is being passed on, or should be being passed on?
It's just a lot of unintelligible shouting normally. But seriously, you will have the opportunity down the long straight as the driver who's getting out of the car to radio anything to the engineer that's important, and that normally then gets communicated at normal vocal levels to the incoming driver by the engineer. So it's not normally driver to driver, but there is a temptation to, shout something to the other driver. It's normally things like, oil in Hatzenbach or something like that. But these things should be already known, because we've got, as we're looking at right now, a fantastic array of screens with a lot of information on. It's only really if there's something untoward with the car that feels a little strange that you just have to be aware of. Maybe the balance is not quite as it was, or something to be aware of along those lines, or maybe the car's misbehaving slightly. But you do have time to talk for sure. The thing is, when you get into the car as a driver, you've been waiting for an hour and a half. It's very, very hard to maintain your focus and concentration through that. I tend to sort of be around, but not in the pit garage until about half an hour before. I'll be in my kit, of course, ready to go. But I just find it's too much intensity for no outlet for that intensity. But then, obviously, as the time for the pit stop comes around, you'll build yourself up to be ready.
The chapter in your book, we haven't mentioned your book yet, and we're well over an hour into the race, so apologies for that.
That's fine.
The chapter in your book about you literally getting out of bed and doing your preparation, getting in the car and doing the first lap of the race, to me is such a fantastic first lap of that stint, should I say, in the night time. And if you read it to yourself out loud, that's about in real time, isn't it?
Yes, that was the intention. So if you take it from the point of leaving the pits to the end of that lap, it should take around about the same time to read. And I always joke, if it takes you longer, it was obviously raining.
Yeah.
So
fair point.
But I want to highlight the contrast of my first 24 hours, where I was literally shaken awake in the race truck with the words, "He's coming in!" And within about 40, 50 seconds, I was strapped into the car.
No way.
And a few seconds after that, I was exiting the pit lane, having been sound asleep. That's not the way to do it, guys. So, we now have a much more organised system where the incoming driver is already ready, as I mentioned, at least an hour before, kitted up just in case there's a puncture or an unplanned pit stop. You can jump in.
And the title of your book and where it's still available?
It's all available at all good book stores and Amazon, of course, and such like. It's called Racing Hell. Obviously, this place that we're, commentating on today is known as the Green Hell, the Nordschleife. But the book isn't exclusively about that. Obviously, I've had a lot of experience and fun there. It's really everything I wish I'd known about motorsport before I'd started, because frankly, what you see on TV is just a little sliver of it.
Well, we were waiting for the stagger to unwind from the cars that stopped at the end of lap 6. And the answer is the cars that stopped at the end of lap 6 have cycled through to the front of the field. And it is the Yokohama Advan liveried BMW. That really works on that car. That really works on that two-door car, that livery. So Marco Wittmann then leads. Who comes across the line in second? It's KCMG. One lap longer, a longer pit stop, hotter tyres from Wittmann, and all of a sudden Jesse Kron's 16-second lead, as it was before he pitted, is a 27-second deficit. That's that stagger about the pit lane. And the other side of that is Grello, the 911. Matt Campbell got in that at the end of lap 6. He's up to third position now and barely half a minute off the lead, right up the tailpipes, in fact, of the pole sitting and erstwhile leading KCMG Mercedes.
There was some smart strategy there, John. If you look back over the history of this race, there was a lot of yellow flag and code 60 when those guys did their stop, and they came out and had the green when the other guys were in the pit lane.
A new fastest lap when Wittmann crossed the line. That's just been beaten again by Lefterov in the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. That car might not be in its first flush of use, but there's life in the old Lambo yet. 801.010, including getting through the traffic. That's incredible. And in fact, actually, there's a faster lap than that in the Pro-Am for the BMW of Gamolta Racing, a 7:57.7 in race traffic. That's impressive. That's very impressive.
There's a moment when everybody's stopping in the lower classes too. That's going to clear the track for these faster classes. So I think we will see a few more of those really quick laps in the coming two.
Always indebted to our colleagues at Nürburgring TV, camera operators, technicians, everybody who has to rig and de-rig, and particularly to the team that we work most directly with. Hello, Oliver. Hello, the rest of the team. He has very sensibly reminded me that whilst Marco Wittmann is ahead at the moment by that 27 seconds, the last pit stop times will equalise that. There will be some fallback. It's the stagger unwinding, as we mentioned. Very impressive, that strategy. However, for track position, you may not think it means that much. Got a decent battle between a couple of Porsches just going out of the onto the Nordschleife in a moment or two. And it's one of the Müller Motorsport cars, the number 921. That leads the Cup 2 Class Die from a long way back from the SRS Team Zone Rennsport. Müller and SRS Team Zone Rennsport's two absolute doyens of that class, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. Müllner's been around for a long time. They're racing other series as well, of course. Super high quality preparation, and always a very high caliber field of drivers driving with that team.
Well, Ian McCarthy has just put the stopwatch on one of the cars going through the shorter version of the Grand Prix track. He reckons it's about 1 minute and 15 through there. So take that off 7:57 and you get 6:42. So still, even in this amount of traffic with 130 odd cars on the track, 6 3/4 minutes around the Nordschleife in a GT3 car. That tells you, doesn't it, just how impressive these cars are, and also how good Stefan Bellos was, God rest his soul. Black flag, by the way, for that incident with the Hyundai at the cut through, and that was the number 902 Team Liqman Moly Porsche, the Cup 2 car. That car is in the pit lane, so it is. Now, is that just a drive-through? Yes, it is. Yeah. No GPS signal for the number 472. Now, that car will definitely have to come in, because, as Peter mentioned earlier, it is so much a part of what the organisers need to run the race. I'm also hearing that there's a car stopped at Kesselchen, and this is one of the cars that was further up the field earlier on. The number 19 was right in amongst it. It has dropped down my timing screen and showing at the moment stationary at Kesselchen. Car, I called that car's number that was the car that took the drive-through penalty, wasn't it, for speeding in the pit lane?
The 19.
Yeah.
Yep.
To remember. So, on the 10th lap, the gap is 27 seconds across the line, let's call it, at RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch. Jesse Young says, any chance Peter Kay could autograph a copy of Racing Hell for our next Shakedown members meet up at the Oxford for the Maguire's Bathurst 12 hours in 2027? If he gets it to me, I'll get it to you. And loads of money was raised for good causes on there. And Kenny Bull walked in and stood everybody a drink that was in there, which was a lovely gesture from the man who lives part of the year at least on Conrod Strait. Kenny was meant to be doing his permit, actually, and I think he had to bail out of it because of the move of NLS2. He was meant to be doing that weekend and then couldn't reschedule. So I wonder if that means we'll have him at 4 and 5 next weekend. Remember, if you're watching this and enjoying it now, we have 2 more instalments, 4-hour races next Saturday afternoon, evening, really, and then Sunday lunchtime. Battle going on out on the circuit at the moment. Grello in 3rd position. Matt Campbell, affable Aussie. And in his wheel tracks at the moment, the fastest car on the track, the Gamota Racing Lambo, and Matt Campbell held up behind traffic to come through into Flansgarden 2, and the BMW's right there down into the Stefan Beloff S's now, and then it'll be the hard right-hander and across the bridge. Campbell just holding his line there. Oh, I tell you what, this is a cracking battle, Peter. And what you said earlier on about everybody being flat out, being proved here as David Hahn looks one way then the other, you would not think there's still 2.5 hours to go.
No, and this is critical. This exit here is coming onto the Dottinghurst Straight. It's a tricky, long falling corner. You're trying to get back on the gas. He wants to get in the slipstream. He's going to get in the slipstream here. They're going to be side by side before the end of the straight.
Oh, that Lamborghini has got some pork, hasn't it? Right under the huge rear wing of the Manti Porsche, pulls out to driver's right. There's a Renault that they're going to have to go by, and they do manage to get that done. Now, Matt Campbell gets the rest of the straight as a little bit of a slipstream. Can he do anything with that? Or has the car gone through? The BMW, sorry, called it a Lamborghini, or the BMW, not the Lamborghini. Well, we've seen that a couple of times, Peter, have we not, with BMW M4 Evos? Once I had the Lamborghini in my head because they dragged past the Lamborghini, the Conrad car, and now past that Porsche. That is a car and a driver in David Jan who is on a mission out of the pits. That was an 8. I know there was some slow zone, 8:44 there, but my goodness me,
sector times are quick.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting now to see how
6 seconds quicker than Campbell on that lap.
Yeah, interesting to see how Grello manages this. It's tempting to, try and chase after the guy, recover the place. We'll see over the next couple of laps if he's able to stay with him. Quite a lot of extra concrete, I notice, on the runoff area there on the left. They're really running wide on that corner compared to last year.
Oh, in the bit that we use for the 24.
Yeah, exactly.
The short cut through of the Howcock. Yeah. Johannes has been into the record books and says if these cars are doing 6:40, 6:45, that's pretty much what the race laps were for the Group C cars in the 1000k at the Nürburgring in 1983.
Wow.
Now, all right, it's 40 odd years ago, but these are cars that are based on street cars. These aren't prototypes.
Yeah.
I know these are proper race cars. They never started life as a street car, but even so, that is some movement. That is incredible. Thank you, Johannes, for that. At RSL_studio. Cup 2 battle leading across the line now. And they're well up, 12th and 13th, Milner Motorsport and SRS Team Rennsport. Milner with the H&R livery, that light blue, white and black livery. That's becoming iconic as well, really. Couple of cars to get through. Zorg Rennsport running a number of different liveries, but again, as we said before, these are two teams that know these cars. We see them in the Michelin 24-hour series. Both of these teams have run Cup cars. These are 992.1. We haven't got any new 992.2s or 992 Evos as yet. They're all still rolling out into Carrera Cup. It was Carrera Cup Asia who raced them first, then Carrera Cup North America, Super Cup and Carrera Cup Deutschland are the four that will get them this year. The new cars that will replace these cars, it's an evolution. The engine has been tweaked a tiny bit. For a long time it's been 507 horsepower. It's up to just under 530 now for the newer cars. Very, very different rework on the aero to mirror the 992.2 street cars, so a different front aero package, different rear aero with more adjustment as well, slightly different interior and some different suspension as well. The lap times that they've been putting in IMSA competition are a whisker away from GT3 lap times, and they run on Pirelli tyres in IMSA as well. I'm led to believe that the setup window, even though it's quite strictly controlled in Carrera Cup and Super Cup, is wider, and the cars, all of the cars now have ABS as standard. Even the Super Cup cars have the ABS, and it's very sophisticated ABS as well. You've always been able to spec ABS for the endurance versions of the car.
It's an interesting point how ABS has developed, and it's one of the areas that you can look at motorsport and say that's where ABS development really has occurred, because most people know ABS as a kind of an additional benefit on your braking system should you lock up the brakes. It avoids that lockup, maintains some wheel rotation, gives you some steering capability. But where we're at now, because of motorsport, we've got ABS that can brake different wheels at different rates to help you achieve a turn on the car. And these race cars you're watching right now, those that use those systems are actually braking into the curves, braking the inside wheels of the car more than the outside wheels, and rotating the car as a result. So it really was a change to the driving technique that you had to accommodate as a driver to get the best out of those systems.
Well, my own very limited racing experience, you and I shared a car which basically had road-going ABS on it, and then when I got to test a similar era GT3 car which had race-tuned ABS on, still adjustable, they were both adjustable, but the GT3 car was incredible.
And the brake pressure you have to put on that brake pedal.
Oh, absolutely hammer it with your left foot.
Yeah.
But you, as you say, you brake right into... I remember the engineer saying to me when I got in the GT3 car, so have you driven a car with race ABS before? So, no. He said, well, this light here is the ABS light. I went, oh, so I don't want that to go on. He went, oh God, no, that has to be on all the way up to the apex.
Absolutely.
And it's like, oh, really? And it made you feel like a racing god in some respects. It was, but it was amazing how tunable it was as well. The KTM Crossbow, that was quick yesterday. I was watching the onboards of the number 66 machine from Reiter Engineering, and it was firing past the HWA cars. The number 66 car, very quick in a straight line. This, of course, with the GTX with the 5-cylinder engine, and pushing in right in behind Porsche 909 at the moment. It's not a battle for class position. They're getting very close. This has just come through Adenauer Force. It looks like a spaceship, and I love the way that clamshell lifts up as they head down into one of the most challenging parts of the circuit, Peter, through that hairpin and then plunging down, ultimately down to the bridge at Adenauer. But this section here, you have to be so precise.
Absolutely. I mean, there was a big bump in that little S-bend a few years ago. They ironed that out. But the rest of this here, these three apexes, you can see as he exits, there's a big bump, jumps the car sideways, then down into one of the slowest corners of the track, second gear left, trying to get on the power, trying to get a good exit all the way down here, and then hold your nerve, don't brake until you're around the curve. He had to lift because of the other car. Here's where you're on the brakes, and then again it's downhill, big bump just there, takes the car to the right, but you've got to work it over to the left, get back on the power, because guess what, it's going to be flat now all the way up to Bergwerk.
That's been resurfaced as well in recent years, that the good place to just lift and let the hill slow you down used to be the change in surface there, but that's all new there through what is not officially called Nicky Lauda corner, the little kink before Bergwerk, the Lauda link, and the Lauda left, and then climbing from Bergwerk. That's that whole section down the one side of the hillside and up the other, until you've actually driven that yourself. Even the onboards, which are fantastic nowadays, they cannot do that justice. It really is a place where you can make up a lot of time as well. The BMW of David Jan then into the smaller of the two carousels, the kleiner carousel. Oh, that was another thing I noticed about Frederik Verwijs's lap in the Ford GT. He didn't use the full Caracciola carousel. He just dropped the left-hand tyre over the top of it, almost rally style, ditch hooking it just to help him turn.
So that'll come back to ride height, I would guess. Most of the issues of the carousel, it's not a lovely smooth bowl shape as you might expect. It's a series of flats all joined together, and each flat leads into another, and there's a big bump as you do that. So any car running a low ride height is going to ground out. So I imagine they're running that car as low as they possibly could for the rest of the track, and then they would have sacrificed a few seconds around the carousel, and you know, driven around essentially, as you say, the top of the carousel.
How much has the track changed in the years that you've been going there? And I'll say improved, because there has been a lot of investment down through the years, not just in the infrastructure and the fact that there's fibre run all the way around so that our colleagues can get the cameras out in the country, not just about the helicopter coverage, but in terms of the track itself, Pete.
Yeah, I mean, the track, the resurfacing is probably the biggest thing in terms of the global change as a driver. You know, we were driving on some surfaces that were decades old at some point, and that has a big grip difference compared to the brand new tarmac, and they would have this habit of re-tarmacking the inside half of a corner, which means that, you know, your outer tyres, particularly in traffic, could be on the old tarmac. In the rain, the new tarmac was not necessarily as grippy as the old tarmac. So again, it changed your wetline approach. Curb height have changed. You know, there's a very famous example after Fusra, the left before Adenauer forced, we used to ride that apex curb. It's much too high to do that now. Can't do that. So that's made Adenauer forced a really tricky break, because you're still turning left as you're getting all that speed off, bearing in mind the prior section is absolute flat out top gear, sixth gear sort of section. Some of the jumps have been smoothed off a little bit, not significantly. There are still airborne sections of the track. If you're a spectator and you want to go and watch at Flanksgarten, for example, you'll see the cars in the air. There are some very famous photographs of you know, a good foot of air underneath the cars. That kind of blows people's minds, because they don't expect race cars to be airborne, you know, all four tyres, but it happens every lap, and pretty much every car. So, you know, get down to those places and you'll see something you'll not see many other places around the world.
Mentioned Harry King earlier on, and keen-eared yellow lights at the end of that Hatson back, and waved yellow flags. Let's just see what David Jan's going to come up against here. Slows down, and then we get the code 60 boards down to 60 kilometres an hour. It's all bringing you down to the 60k speed. Hatson back. Perhaps there's a yellow flag here, we'll see. We've got some track work, and that looks like it might be some barrier work going on. John de Geese, keen-eared. Hello, John, doing his rapid tour. He is at Barcelona at the moment. He'll be in Italy next week, and then back to, in the middle of the week, and then back to Long Beach for IMSA, founder and editor of Sportscar 365. John said, I'm expecting to see Harry King in one of the Proton Porsches in Barcelona, but he's not set any times yet in FP2. He was on the timing screen here. I'm a bear of limited brain, so I'm a witless tool of management, I have been called, and I'm quite happy with that. And his name was definitely on the timing screen here. We'll see if we can get someone to confirm that Harry was in the car. I know that next weekend there's a number of people doing Spa, parts of Spa for the Michelin 24-hour series, then coming to the Nürburgring, particularly on Saturday when that's a late start, and then going back to finish parts of Spa on the Sunday, which is somewhat incredible to me. It was, who was it who was saying, I think it was David Perrell who was saying this was his busiest week ever because of the amount of races that are on at the same time. and he's battling to get between them. We've got Barcelona with GT3 for ELMS, of course. We've got Paul Ricard as well, and then here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So quite a lot going on in the sports car world. Now, this is first world problem, let's just say that. If you're a professional GT3 driver, a factory GT3 driver, you're probably doing 40 races, 40 race weekends a year, right, aside from the testing. Talked to Maro Engel about this when we were in Australia. And in fact, Garth Tander, also one of my co-commentators there, saying the reason that you can't just jump in even if you know the track better than the works drivers is they're effectively, Pete, that live in those GT3 cars now.
Yeah,
there's so much racing.
It's a speciality kind of racing. I mean, the way that you drive those cars, there's so much development that is very specific to that format of racing. Not just the car itself and how you handle it, but how you deal with the other cars around you, the traffic. It's a fabulous category, in my opinion, and so flexible, you know, in terms of where it can race and what kind of entertainment it provides.
There is, I mean, there's a train of thought that says they're not all racing on the same tyre, of course, and that is true, and that takes a little bit of getting used to. But ultimately, Peter, time behind the wheel in a car, let's say it's Maro Engel and it's an AMG, the knowledge that he gains in so many different situations with so many slightly different setups depending on who his teammates are, whether it's a full pro setup or a pro-am setup or an am-am setup, the kind of experience that he's got where he can just almost flick through the motor racing Rolodex in his mind and go, oh yeah, I remember this, I know what I've got to do here. That's so hard to replicate and replace.
Certainly, I mean, as you say, time behind the wheel, you mentioned could be 40 weekends a year. The interesting thing about something like Nürburgring 24 Hours is that you'll do those 40 weekends equivalent in one weekend, you know?
Yes, yes.
It's such a long and intensive event, and it's one of the reasons why a lot of drivers want to come do it, because the amount of seat time you get as a driver is immense, which means you can really maximise your performance behind the car, because you're going to get hours and hours of practice before you even get to qualify and then eventually race at the weekend. So it's a great format of racing. What I really also love about endurance racing is you're sharing a car with 2 or 3 other drivers, and it's an opportunity, I think, for young drivers to learn far more quickly than if they were in a formula where they are the only driver in the car, because at that point you're trying to chase the right setup, but it's you against everyone else. Whereas when you're in an endurance environment, you've got those 2 or 3 drivers as your benchmark in the same car on the same day at the same track, and you can very quickly find out what your strengths and weaknesses are.
Yeah, agree. Coming through to 2 hours and 17, 2 hours and 18 minutes remaining at RSL_studio. If you do want to get in touch with us, Ben Luchter taking over from Klaus Bachler in the number 44 Porsche, which currently, having been battling right at the sharp end, down to 4th. So it's BMW for Sherbert leading by 33 seconds now, so that's gone out a little bit. The KCMG car in second will go at least 1 lap longer in this middle stint than the Wittmann BMW. He's been in since the start, hasn't he, Wittmann? Yes, he has. David Giannis, we mentioned, 7:57.726, fastest lap of the race by anybody at the moment. We do have some code 60s out there, so the lap times are around about 9 minutes 4, 9 minutes 5 for the front runners. Then it's Porsche, Matt Campbell, the leading Porsche in the 911. They did well, as did Schubert, in that early pit stop cycle when they both came in after lap 6. Everyone else went to the end of lap 7. Then Falcon, number 44, another Porsche. Frederick Vervisch in the HRT Ford Mustang GT3. The number 65 makes up the top 6. SP9AM, that is the Black Falcon Porsche, the number 5 in 7th place. The AT1 leader is in 9th, that's the Max Kreuzer Racing Audi. and the second in SP9 is the Renazo bright yellow Lamborghini Huracan. I missed somebody out there. Who did I miss out? I missed out the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini that was in 8th. So 2 Lamborghinis in the top 10, both very visually appealing. A couple of Porsches, 3 Porsches, a couple of BMWs, an Audi and a Ford.
That combination of different cars just highlights exactly why this kind of racing is so special, you know.
It's been, I mean, fair play to Ford for coming back in. The Ferrari win a few years ago with Klaus Abeland's Fricatelli team was the first time a non-German car had won for such a long time.
This place leaves no room for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Die Legenden der Nürburgring Nordschleife sind unterwegs. Und zwar direkt zu dir nach Hause. Dank CK Model Cars sicherst du dir deine exklusive Erinnerung an den Besuch an der Rennstrecke. Unzählige Modelle findest du auf ckmodelcars.de oder im Shop direkt in Adenauer.
Reifen.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely Fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen, follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
So the gap at the front of the field has changed to come down to 16 seconds as we're getting into pit stops again, and we expect to see the leading BMW from Sherbert Motorsport, who last pitted at the end of lap number 6, expect to see that car and the number 911 in 4th, the Porsche of Manthey and Matt Campbell in at the end of this race. The cars around them stayed out 1 lap longer. They took the shorter pit stop because of the sliding scale and the mandatory pit stop times, and they took the road position. This middle part of the race, the 2 middle stints, should balance it back out so that by the time we get to the end, if you will, the stagger will have unwound again. It's down to those 2 cars, the 77 and the 911, to try and make good that track position that they have had. Peter Kate, John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre. NLS3, 4 and 5, rounds 4 and 5 next weekend, Saturday afternoon and the evening, and Sunday, with a top qualifying simulation as well on Sunday. We'll have coverage of the Saturday evening race, top qualifying on Sunday, and the Sunday race as part of a super weekend of endurance racing that takes in the first round of the World Endurance Championship at Imola. 6 hours of Imola on Sunday. Huge moment for the HWA number 61, the lighter coloured of the 2 cars, coming up the hill to the Caracciola carousel, trying to go around a couple of Cup 3 cars, and very close to hitting the Armco on the outside with 2 of the tyres on the grass, and Matt Campbell was right in behind them as well.
I'd like to see the onboard from Matt's car on that one.
That's not really a place I would have thought you could have overtaken even a slower car there. They've got to be being cooperative there.
That's right. I mean, the track is not actually straight on the approach to the carousel. There is an S-bend. You start on the left side of the track and you basically drive your car straight to the right-hand side as the track snakes, and then you're positioned perfectly for the carousel. But if there's a car next to you, as there was there, you really have to then adjust your trajectory, as it were, and that's where the car very nearly came unstuck there.
Car that we weren't expecting to see this year, albeit the team said they would be back, is the Oliver Krieser and Robert Neumann Dacia Logan, the number 300 car. The team, as far as I'm aware, remember the car was destroyed last year, and as far as I'm aware, the car had built a Renault Twingo with RS Megane running gear and submitted it, and you're allowed to put any engine from a car in the range into that particular category. Submitted it, and it was turned down, so they've rebuilt another Dacia, which is interesting. They were looking for more performance and thought that and better lap times, and thought that the Twingo would give them that. But for whatever reason, the powers that be decided that they didn't want the Twingo and they'd rather have the Dacia back. So the Dacia is back.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about
I'm
that.
sure you do.
We should point out the reason it was destroyed is because it was hit by another car. The speed difference between the slower and the faster cars is extreme. So on one hand, I'm not sure that it's a smart idea to have such a big speed differential. On the other hand, I do like the fact that this type of racing offers the opportunity to get involved at that slower end of the grid, let's say, and gives drivers opportunity to get on the ladder and
Correct.
get into this racing. So, I do support it, but with caution, because when you have the speed differential, people have to accommodate that in their driving.
We've been talking quite a lot about how we used to see 220 cars starting, then it went down to 170, and now it's 150. For the ADAC 24 hours. Now, I'm not sure whether the track license has changed per either ADAC or FIA, but we also saw in that time when that was coming down, we saw some of the smaller engine cars, the Suzuki Swifts, the Daihatsu Charades, basically anything sub, I think it was sub 2 litre, wasn't it, or 2 litre equivalent. Some of the forced injection minis. They were taken out because of that speed differential, as the cars at the front of the field, which transitioned into being the GT3 cars that we see now in SP9, were just getting quicker and quicker, and the lap times were coming down. So I understand what you're saying about that. There's a slight dichotomy there, isn't there, in that?
And I'm not sure, the drivers of those slow cars particularly liked driving around with their eyes fixed to their mirrors the whole time, on the basis that they could see these bright headlights coming up behind them, particularly in the dark. You're not sure what car it is, how quickly it's closing necessarily. And there's a lot of blind corners, as I mentioned earlier, which can result in catastrophic impact.
And everybody can make mistakes, and Ben Lochter's just made a mistake. The number 44, running in 5th for Falcon Motorsports, the Porsche. This is a car with real potential in this race. A 87-second stop-and-go penalty. 87 seconds? Why 87 seconds, Hindhoff? You may well ask that. That is proportional to the speed that he went through a code 60 over 60 kilometres an hour. 117 kilometres an hour. That's blowing through there, and that, for a driver of Ben's experience, is a bit disappointing. He'll be disappointed to get the penalty. Open and shut case that have been measured on the GPS, as Peter was explaining earlier on.
What I would have pointed out there is, prior to the code 60, there will have been a double waved yellow flag, which is a 120 limit. So his 117 was clearly acknowledging that 120 limit. What will have happened is he wouldn't have brought it down to 60 in time as he crossed the zone into the 60. It seems harsh, but obviously there are potentially marshals working on the track, or a driver coming out of a stopped car, whatever it may be. You can't see until you get there, so it makes absolute sense that we are rigorously held to account when it comes to these particular slow zones.
I absolutely agree. And there's the opportunity to put demerit points on your licence as well, for egregious disregard of those rules. Thank you, Johannes. I've conflated two stories there. The Twingo, in fact, was a different team. Ra Racing, in fact, didn't have the Megane RS engine in it. It was a lot slower, and that's why it was refused. So thank you for clearing that up. I must have misread the, or as I say, conflated two different stories. Coming up towards 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Central Europe, the weather has played ball. One or two little clouds just bubbling up. The joy of the Nürburgring Nordschleife is it can be beautiful at one part of the circuit, and 2 minutes further round the lap it can be pouring of rain, and 2 minutes further around the lap again it can be sunshine.
Definitely. This is not a weather app friendly location. You basically need to go outside and look, and if it's raining then it's likely to be wet. I think the other interesting thing about this track is that it can be raining in one part of the track and entirely dry and hot and sunny in another. And if you depart the pits on the wrong tyre, you just have to suck it up and deal with it.
Get back.
Yeah, or even by the time you get back, it may have stopped raining, so then you continue. We've all fallen foul of this on occasion, but it makes part of the challenge.
Big code 60 on the far side of the circuit, where the accident was earlier. Was that Adenauer Falls, Kessel? Maybe, I don't know. We'll have a look.
There is one over there.
Bergwerk area as well.
Up at Kesselchen. Yeah, there's a yellow at Bergwerk. There is a chance of rain, just coming back to weather, there is a chance of rain on the local app, which is the only one I sort of half trust. 40-50% chance of rain towards the end of the race, but I think, looking at the radar, it's likely to pass over the track after the race has finished.
So still waiting for the end of lap number 13, where we will expect 7 and 6 put together is 13, and we are waiting with 2 hours and 1 minute to go, so almost half distance, not quite, for the next set of pit stops. Before that happens then, let's very quickly look at the rundown with a slightly different pit strategy being run by the first and fourth place cars. It is Schubert Motorsport, BMW GT3 Evo, number 77, ahead by 15 seconds of the Mercedes AMG of Jesse Krohn and KCMG. That was the pole sitting 47, blue and white car. Then it's Devajan for Gamoto Racing in the BMW number 23. Matthew Campbell is the other car we think will have to come in the pits at the end of this one, the 911 bright yellow Grello Manthey car. And the top 10 made up by Falcon number 44 with an 87-second stop and hold to a 10-2. HRT Ford, the number 65, they're just over a minute and 13 seconds away from the leader. That's nothing round here. SP9 ARM class leaders in the top 10. That's the Black Falcon Porsche number 5. We've got the AT1 Audi leading, the AT1 Max Kreuzer Audi leading the AT class, the number 75 in 8th. Renazzo Motorsport for the Lamborghini Hurricane in 9th, the 786 bright yellow. The top 10 made up by the Mercedes AMG, which is the Toyo Tyres machine. That's your half distance rundown. So 2 hours to go, we're halfway there. It was bright sunshine this morning as we got things underway on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. The first group of cars heading down past the newly repurposed start gantry. Much further down the start-finish straight, didn't bother David Pittard. He put the KCMG Mercedes AMG right into the lead. There was 3 and 4 abreast coming into the first right-hander, but everyone managed to get through it. Many Cup 3 cars coming to their start. The Sandler Porsche, the yellow and black car coming all the way around. Just looked like a Porsche dealership, didn't it, on the run down to the first corner as the second set of cars got underway. Slightly smaller group for the third and final set of cars, with over 130 cars starting today. One car that didn't start, Yasser Shaheen, on his out lap. He put the car in the wall on the early part of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and that may have some consequences for Yasser, as he still needs 6 laps to get his full Nordschleife permit for the ADAC 24 hours, but we've got 2 races next weekend. At the front end of the field, it has been the Gamoto Racing BMW, who has been extremely swift down the Dottinger Hole. Whether they're running that car maybe just a little more skinny on the aero, but dragging past the Conrad car just before they came into the pits at the end of lap 7. And by the way, our leader Marco Wittmann is in the pits, and then doing exactly the same, actually even earlier on the Dottinger Hole, to Matty Campbell. Bad news is we had problems for one of the HWA's Evos that came to a stop out on the circuit. They did manage to get that car back going again, and the 61 car is well down, but is still running as far as I'm aware. I'll update you with that when we get back to the live action.
Right.
I think that might be live, actually. Yes, I think you're right, Peter. Thank you for that.
Sounds like a puncture.
Yes. How slow do you have to drive?
So frustratingly slow.
Slower than you think you need to.
Yeah.
So leader and fourth place car have come into the pits as we expected after a 6 and then 7 lap stint for those cars. They came in out of sequence on the first pit stops, gained the track position. Now they're going to be they won't necessarily lose any time because the pit stop lengths will be the same, and once again they will have warmer tyres. So does this is right, he's pulling off the track there.
Yep, into an exit.
Yeah,
which
well
is a very difficult one to get to from a mechanic's point of view.
Very good, but at least he's got off the track. So Schubert and Manthey are now banking on the fact. I wonder if they'll leave Matty Campbell in that car now. Wittmann started the race, so Yasser Shaheen, of course, next weekend is meant to be at the WEC at Imola. Now, I wonder if he can do the Saturday. He'll be able to do the Saturday race. He might be able to get 6 laps in on the Saturday race, because he'll finish. He'll be doing qualifying. He'll finish qualifying on Saturday afternoon. He won't be able to do the race on Sunday. Thank you to John de Geese for pointing that out. Well done, Mr. de Geese. Thank you for being the voice of reason in my head. But with the late start for next week's race that will take us into the evening time, Yasser might be at 6 laps an hour, really, probably a bit more in the car that he's got to go around in, which is one of the restricted Cup 3 cars. So interesting.
If he did the first stint, he should be fine. If he does the first stint.
Yeah. Yes, true. Yeah, question is, will he be able to get here in time for that first stint? I think he probably will. It depends what facilities are thrown at it. Right, Sherbeth Motorsport are back out and running again. And it's Philip Eng who's taken that car over, so I presume Philip will take that car to the end, because I think again, a busy weekend this weekend for GT3 drivers, as we mentioned, Works GT3 drivers. So I've got a feeling that Yokohama Shod car has only got 2 drivers against it this weekend. Oh no, it hasn't. It's got Robert Freitson in that car as well. Okay. Well, that's on the entry list, of course, which is a work in progress, a movable feast sometimes. So Sherbeth back out again. KCMG will have gone through into the lead. The former pole sitting and leading car, Jesse Kron, will now be leading. We won't get the reset until he comes in at the end of this lap. So Peter is now going to have to find those 2 on his GPS and find out where they are respectively around the track. Falcon Motorsports going slowly. Ben Leuchter going slowly. That is not up to speed for the 44 car in 5th position. And he's getting blue flagged. He's going down the hill towards the bridge at Adenauer. And there's problems for the car that was in 5th position.
So the KCMG car is just coming up to Stahlstrecke.
Right, and the 77.
1 second.
Stahlstrecke for that car. And following him round.
77 at Flugplatz.
Right, okay, so
quite a long way to go.
Yes.
Around that lap.
But there's a pit stop coming for that new leading KCMG car.
Yep.
So this one, the pit stop times, unless they get an 8-lap stint, which I suspect they will not, and that 44 car now is almost ground to a halt. That looks again like, I'm listening to see if I can hear anything flapping.
He's gone past the exit, so he's obviously going to try and make it back. He's got power because he's going uphill now, all the way back to
that's a long way back,
Port Ast. Yeah.
That is a very long way back. So he's at the Breitscheid exit at the moment. The village of Adenauer just right there. It sounds like it's vibrating.
Yeah, there is vibration. It doesn't sound as bad as I would have thought for a big puncture, but
hearing from the pit lane, and thank you again to our German colleagues. Thanks, Oliver. Came in a lap earlier at the start of the race to adjust tyre pressures, so they will need to make a longer stop at the end. So that was on the Yokohama tyres for that number 77. I don't think you can say the same for Mantai, and they have swapped drivers. So the starting driver, Aycan Guvin, has got back in. The Turkish driver is also very, very good indeed in the virtual world. So that number 911 back out as well now. So there'll be a pit stop for KCMG from Kamata, from HRT Ford. Fred Vervish has been doing great work, by the way. He's putting in very good lap times. He was 20 seconds quicker last time around. Must have caught the code 60s just right. But that car, that number 65 car for HRT Ford Racing, going very nicely. That should be in at the end of this lap as well. We'll try and find out what's going on with the Falcon Tyres Porsche, as the BMW number 23, which is the quickest car out there at the moment, David Jan still behind the wheel of that, 7:57.7. Fastest lap of the race. Take 1 minute 15 or so off that, and that'll tell you how long he's been on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Haven't seen much of the Aston Martins or talked much about the Aston Martins here, Peter, a brand with which you have some history. GT3s, SP9 cars and GT4s here.
Yeah. I mean, as a Brit, obviously, Aston Martin up against the local German OEMs, it was always a privilege to drive with them, and you always felt like you'd really achieved something, because Aston's a small company, small budget compared to some others, so to come away with gold or silver trophies was always an enormous level of satisfaction.
Yeah, and you did come away with a win, classmate.
Yeah, we did.
I'm so pleased we were there for that. That was magnificent.
It was a great way to conclude my time with Aston. I didn't expect it to be the conclusion, but of course COVID came along after that.
Yes,
so that basically shut the door.
Yeah, that was 2019, of course.
Exactly.
It was, yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and Aston putting a bit of beef in behind the top class cars as well. So hard to break that German manufacturer's stranglehold. That's why the fact that Ferrari did it with a non-works entry. Fricadelli did it, actually, the non-works entry. They did get a little bit of help from another Ferrari team, but that's why that stands out. First and second into the pit lane, KCMG and Gamata Racing. 25 seconds between them. Now we wait for the black and red BMW number 77. So that was another 7-lap stint. End of lap 14.
The 77 is just coming through Flansgarten now. There's a lot of restriction of speed there. Slow zone into a code 60 before Schwalbenschwanz, and then he'll be on it all the way down the Dossinger Höhe.
So they had about a 16-second lead, if you remember, before they made their second stop. 1 lap earlier, again, than everyone else. Frederick Vervish has come in from third, 43 seconds behind the KCMG car that was leading. That's the second stop for the black number 65 HRT Ford Racing Mustang GT3.
Okay, so 77 is out into the green flag. He'll be on it, coming through Schwalbenschwanz now.
And confirmed it is a tyre failure for the Falcon number 44. So that's a long way back. Long way back. And that's dropping. I mean, they're going to lose the better part of a lap here.
Not to mention any potential damage to some of the hardware just around the tyre. Depends which tyre went.
And
I assume it's a rear.
Number 61 HWA, as we said, that was the Ewald Holstad driven car. He is the H of HWA. And that car is behind the wall, so that will take no further part. And, well, I say that. It could do. It's a question of whether they can get that car back from where it is.
It's on the wrong side of the track, John, right there. It's very, very difficult to reach on the inside of the track there.
So the top cars have come in, the top 6 as were, have all come in now. We're waiting for the Schubert Motorsport BMW.
He's coming down the start-finish straight right now.
Waiting for him to cross the line. The black and red number 77, Yokohama. He's going to hold on to the lead. The question, oh, here comes KCMG right now. So where is Eng coming through? Has he gone through, Peter?
He has gone through.
He's gone through. Yeah. Excellent. Right. So it is in the 47 now. That's a driver change. And it's Edo Liberati who's taken that car out. So it has, if you're looking at the online timing, it will show KCMG as the leader. That's because it crossed the line going into the pit lane for its pit stop. But it's actually now in second place. So the KCMG number 47 car is in second place behind the Schubert Motorsport BMW. The BMW further round the Grand Prix circuit than that 47 car. As I say, it was about 16 seconds before the pit stop. We'll get the full picture at the end of the next lap. Peter's going to tell me where the cars are in relation to each other on the track. The black and red number 65 Ford Mustang GT3 back out onto the circuit and now being driven by Dennis Olsen. Dennis, a driver who has proved his worth with a number of different manufacturers. Some of the VAG brands, and now with Ford.
Yeah, basically both cars are in Hatzenbach. 77 is probably about 15 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds ahead.
So probably status quo then. They would have been hoping to make up a little bit more time. They will have warmer tyres. They have 1 lap warmer tyres than the KCMG in second. The other question is, where did the 911 drop into in that as well? And the Falcon Motorsports car is off the circuit, behind the wall. Is that the bottom of the...
That's top of... H8, is it?
The top of the test hill, yeah. I think you're right. I thought it was the bottom.
Again, a view I'm not used to seeing.
Well, you might be able to check on there with the 44. And we've also got the 902 Black Falcon Liquid Moly GT3 Cup car. Now that car was running 7th in class and has stopped out on the circuit as well.
Yeah, it's top of H8 where the 44 is pulled off on the outside.
Yeah.
That is reachable, so if it's a tyre change.
Hello to Jimmy Broadbent, who came across the stranded Z4 in his stint. He said, I missed what happened, and I'm pleased you missed it, Jimmy. Watto, Jimmy, hope you are doing well. We think he spun it up coming on to the Nürburgring Nordschleife from the cut through. There was a few witness marks on the road that looked like he looped it back to have contact with the left rear wheel, sort of a bit of a tank slapper, and the left rear wheel hit the arm core, and then it ended up completely the wrong way around with left rear suspension damage on that car. Yes, Z3, as I said, it's a favourite. And Jimmy, don't forget to come and see us when we're in our usual booth for the ADAC 24. We'll keep an eye on your car's progress as well. Good to know that you're tuned in at RSL_studio. The science fiction like KTM Crossbow coming out of the Grand Prix circuit now. Looks like it was trailing some vapour behind it there. I wonder if they haven't got the fuel flap quite closed on the right rear cowling. And you'll see it here as it comes through onto the Nordschleife. No, I think it's okay. But then again, he was going slowly. that dark red colour really suits that KTM crossbow. This is the Writer Engineering machine, the number 66, and that car with Niklas Born, the Swiss driver, Arne Hofmeister and Julian Apothelios. And it is Niklas Born behind the wheel at the moment. Proper little prototype with very nasty moment for the 902. We said it was pulled up at the side of the road. That looked like a failure that came without much warning at all for its driver. And the driver is Michael Renhofer. It's definitely Renhofer behind the wheel. And that was actually a very good save. Raphael Renhofer, excuse me, behind the wheel of that car. Hats and back, fast, moving along. Car starts moving around and wagging its tail, getting a bit of rear wheel steer of some description. So that was either a puncture or an issue with the suspension at the back. Dear me. All of a sudden, in the middle of this 4-hour race, we've got a in fact, that was about the same place as where Ben Luchter parked his car as well. And hearing from Klaus Bachler via Johannes that they may have ran over debris in that 44 car, which has caused the tyre problem for the Falcon Porsche. Very, very bad luck. Very, very bad luck. So, KCMG we think in second position after the second full set of pit stops. They'll come through in a moment. Here is the lead. Oh no, sorry, wrong red and black BMW, and it is, however, coming into the pit lane, but it's not our leader. And still waiting for, who did we put in? It was Philippe Eng, wasn't it, who we put in the 77 car? Yeah.
So KCMG are just about to come onto the main straight. They've just emerged from that code 60.
And Schubert, the 77, should be part way down then, are they? Should be almost at the end of the main straight.
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll see as they come round this time around. The timing screen will catch itself back up again.
About halfway down the straight, John, so I think the gap has closed a little bit.
Right.
I think it's probably traffic, probably something to do with the code 60s.
So with an hour and 40 minutes, give or take, 100 minutes to go, we are staring at the front straight, waiting to see the arrival of BMW number 77. And here it comes into the Tiergarten, the multicoloured Audi. Always reminds me of To Infinity and Beyond, that green colour on that car. And here comes the leader. Yeah. Buzz Lightyear TT right in front of it. That's how I remember that one. Good looking TT though. TTRS with the wide arches. So there goes Philippe Eng. Now let's see what the gap is. It is still waiting here for that number 49, the pole sitting car. Edo Liberati to 47. Come through.
Yep.
And in fact he hasn't come through in second because the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini's come through in second. So that's a change of relative position. second for the Lamborghini, but KCMG now down into third position.
Just behind, yeah.
So that is Patrizia, I'm going to get this wrong, Stalzane, I think is how you would say that. Just by a second and a half, and then the BMW number 23, the mostly white car, is another 43 seconds back. Then Chan Guven back in the 911 for Mantai, and that's your top 5. Then Dennis Olsen, another 6 seconds further back for the Ford Mustang of HRT, the black number 65, black and red number 65. Then the SP9 leader, SP9 Arm leader, excuse me, just waiting for them to come across the line, whether it's Black Fountain or Lenazzo, because they were in pretty close company. Crucial part of the race, this, Peter, isn't it? Because we've got one more stop to go. Everybody at the front of the field's got one more stuff to go, and one more stop to go. And not everybody's on exactly the same strategy. So when you said it was flat out before, it's even more flat out than flat out now, isn't it?
Yeah,
because if you've got any advantage, you've got to press it home right here, right now.
That's right. Nobody's quite sure where everybody else stands until the last pit stops have gone through. Clearly, you know, we're going to have more Code 60s or other incidents on track in the meantime. So it's all a bit of a guessing game. But essentially what we want to do is keep on pushing until you're clear that you've got the gap you were looking for.
Hello to Richard Kelly at RSL_studio. Great to hear you and Peter. Picked up Peter's book following your recommendation, A Lesson in Tenacity, Persistence and Self-Belief. And yes, that last chapter, full lap, goosebumps, quality writing. Thank you very much. Best wishes, Peter, and thanks for the book.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I enjoyed writing it, I have to say.
I think we've probably told this story before, but it bears repeating. Peter fired me across one of the early drafts, and it has to be said there wasn't much that needed changing in it. His research and his record keeping down through his early years of racing was absolutely extraordinary. I dare say if I asked him the ride height on one of his Alphas that he'd run, he would have been able to dig out a piece of paper with it.
But I wouldn't be able to tell you publicly.
Oh yeah, still keeping that one just in case we need that another time at Alton Park. And Peter fired it through to me electronically. Now I don't mind reading things on a computer screen, but I much prefer to have a book, and I read quite quickly. And I sat down outside in the sunshine with the computer and a long extension, and I read the book in one sitting. I got a cup of coffee and sat there. The cup of coffee, pretty much half of it went cold because I forgot to drink it, and I just couldn't take my eyes off the book. And Peter had said, send me some, read a few chapters, tell me what you think. So I sent him back some notes about what I thought, and he said, how far did you read? I went, all of it. He went, you've read all of it? I went, yeah, love that last chapter. And it's like, it's really, really funny. And it was like, you've read all of it? Yes. I've read all of it, and it was literally one of those books that I could not put down.
I think, John, that first of all, I really appreciated your help. Your career has mirrored mine, as you've said before, in terms of years, and the accuracy, obviously, getting checked by you is second to none. But the thing that you might not know is that I wasn't entirely convinced that I should publish it until you gave me that feedback. So a lot of the stuff in there is pretty raw. And when you said, you know what, you should go ahead with this, I was thinking I'm going to have to change a lot of stuff, to be publicly acceptable, let's say. And you said, don't change a thing.
No, I think I know what you were. I know there were some parts of the book that you were worried about being so very honest about the highs and the lows, and particularly talking about people you'd competed with and against. But I said to you at that time, I think it's a fine line, but I think you kept to the right side of the line. There was nothing that came across as vindictive or petty in the book. It was just telling it as it was and as it happened. And knowing you and your record keeping, I knew that if anybody had said that didn't happen, you would produce a piece of paper or an email that said, I think you'll find. So, no, well done, mate. I suspect there might be some extra chapters coming at some stage in the future.
You know what? It's been a real ride. Enjoyed all the feedback, all the comments, and obviously selling a few books along the way has been a big bonus. So I've started a second edition, indeed. And hopefully, this year's 24 Hours Nürburgring is going to add more, as last year's did. So yeah, there's really just one filter for this book. It's got to be interesting and useful. If it's not interesting and useful to anybody interested in motorsport, then it doesn't go in the book.
So this has been a good run by Conrad going back to the front of the field, and Patrizia Stalizzani is now just 15.5 seconds away from the lead. Did an 8:01.0, the car's best lap on the last lap. Only 4/10 quicker than the leader, but that's impressive. And in fact, it's the fastest SP9 Pro lap of the race last time around. We have got a faster lap. Remember, I was telling you earlier on, we were talking about whether it's a Pro-Am, a Pro or an Am, the cars have the same performance potential. Still, the BMW M4 GT3 of the Pro-Am category leader, the number 23 Gamotta Racing, with a 7:57.726 is the fastest lap overall of the race. That's the Am. I'll tell you the Am leader as well. That's an 8:06.1 for the Black Falcon team. That's a Porsche fast lap. Going out onto the hats and back now for the 632. That is the leading AT2 Cup car, the Black Falcon team. Another one of the alternatively fueled cars. Oh, nice, Rob said, straight away, when are we getting that sequel to the book?
I'm doing my best. It'll be when I stop racing, though.
Do you think so?
Well,
Is the temptation not to add on some chapters for a second edition of the original book?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to work towards, because there are small modifications to some of the existing stuff as well as the new stories. Sorry, I'm just keeping my eye on this feed here.
Yeah.
But it's it's not like I'm writing a completely new book. I just want to make sure that when I finally stop driving, that it's complete. So whenever that is, whenever I'm not quick enough.
I think that's going to be quite some time, if I'm honest. You've got Chad Guven coming down the long Dottinger over the first of the brows now, and he's got the Gamotta Racing BMW in sight, but we know that white, black and red car is very, very quick indeed. Good afternoon to you. Just after 2:30 Central European summertime in the Eifel Mountains. The weather, for the moment at least, still is playing ball. It is not as sunny as it was. There is much more cloud cover. One more pit stop to come in round about 27 minutes time. The leading car, Philippe Eng, has gone across the line with the gap now to Edo Liberati in KCMG's Mercedes down to 6.1 seconds. So that's come down, and it will be. This is gonna take a bit of managing, I think. I'm just thinking to myself, how many laps are there? How much time is there to go? And how many laps have those early stoppers got? They may not be able to run flat out.
Or an extra splash and dash.
Yeah. Been an incident at the entry to Schwalbenschwanz, and the car involved is the number 950. And that car is the Schmickler Porsche Cayman Club Sport. Horst Baumann, Stefan Schmickler himself, and Kai Riemer, excuse me. And they have retired that car after an accident and the approach to the Schwalbenschwanz per the ticker. Nürburgring Langstrecke Series.de. It will auto-translate if you have that feature on one of your browsers. That's what we do here in the Global Broadcast Centre. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination for any of the major positions, and that Pro-Am car, that BMW number 23, is a quick car, Peter. That could get right among it. So
definitely.
It's not even a full minute back yet.
Definitely. Just slightly confused because the sound versus the picture are not quite aligned, so we don't normally go flat out through that double right at front Platz. But yeah, absolutely quick car. We've seen it down the straight, drafting past a couple of other cars along the way. It's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
So
77's about halfway around the lap, just coming into Adenauer Bridge and Exmüller. Just trying to work out the gaps live as opposed to the previous data.
Yeah. So
now the 47's just crossing the bridge now, so
yeah. They might turn this necessity into an advantage. We heard from the team that they had to check the tyre, adjust the tyre pressures. That was the reason they came in, what they said was a lap early. But Manthey came in a lap early as well, and frankly, if you're doing what Manthey's doing, you're probably not a million miles away.
No. There's always a plan before the race starts, and it never quite holds true, right? As you get your code 60s and whatever else slows you from normal race pace, you're obviously going to burn less fuel. So there'll be an opportunity here to think about stretching some of these stints.
There's a well-known saying in military circles that was coined a very, very long time ago by a great relative of Dion von Moltke, who's done a bit of racing himself down through the years at a very high level, which is even the best plan doesn't survive first contact with the enemy. And most of motor racing can be said that is the case, but here at the Nürburgring it probably goes double or triple.
Yeah, agree.
Because there's so many more variables.
There really are. Yeah, absolutely. I think the fascination of any sport really is how we have to adapt our own strategies and plans according to what our competition is doing, and sometimes the competition will throw a curved ball and it really makes you think, what have they seen that I haven't seen?
Falcon Motorsports are back out.
Yeah.
The 44, we saw that car
that was
parked at the side of the road. So
they would have got a mechanic over to Hoeracht, got a tyre on the car.
Yep. They have dropped 3 laps to the leaders, but gaining valuable data in the run to the ADAC 24 Hours. They'll be back next weekend. 2 races. Again, I'll keep saying this, one on Saturday, one on Sunday, but the Saturday races are Saturday late afternoon into the early evening. So if you are following along with our live coverage from Imola for FP3 and qualifying of the WEC, you won't have to miss any of that. I don't even think there's that much overlap with the 12 Hours of Spa either next weekend, and there's no overlap whatsoever with the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship coverage. So you could be not being very productive on Saturday. Grab a plug point and an internet connection and some snacks. Get your order in early. Sunday is closer to a normal time, but we have got an additional bit of English language coverage for you on the world feed, and that is the top qualifying. Slightly different format for top qualifying this year. There's sort of 3 versions of it where we're whittling people down, but ultimately again that is something that you will see in the ADAC 24 hours when we get to that in May, giving the teams and the drivers and indeed the organisers an opportunity to see that in action, albeit not on exactly the same version of the circuit that we'll be using for the 24-hour races.
So the app has finally woken up, John. Apologies for the silence. The 47 is right behind the 77 on the Dottinger Höhe.
Right, okay.
We should get a shot.
That is a proper battle for the lead then, as back into the pit lane for the Falcon tyres number 44, so he'll have driven that back in with a... You're allowed to fit a spare tyre out there, are you?
Yes, he's probably come in because that tyre will be new, the rest will be old, right?
Yeah.
So they'll switch them over. I wish we could cut to 77-47 because 47's right in the slipstream of 77 coming under the Antonius Booker into Tiergarten now.
So they should be within our sight on the start-finish line.
Yep, give it another 10 seconds.
And we'll see which way they go through.
In the background, you're going to see them come past.
Let's keep an eye for, is it the black and red BMW? Is it the red, white and blue? Oh, they've just gone through, actually, I think.
Yep, they just cut at the wrong
And
way.
it was a second between them. Philippe Eng from Edo Liberati leaving. And waiting for Krantz to come through in the Komodo BMW. Then the Manthey Porsche is due as well.
Yep, Manthey Porsche just coming into Tiergarten now.
Yep, just come under the Antonio Booker Bridge. And now here comes that 23 BMW. That's a long way back. They seem to have lost ground there in that little stanza. So they go across the line, 44 seconds and just 5 seconds ahead of Chan Guven. Next through should be the black number 65 HRT Ford. That's another 9.5 seconds back. As we've got yellow flags at Exmüller. So that's half a lap away from the leaders at the moment. So the Ford now a minute away from the leaders. Your top 5 now, still on 2 of the top 5 on slightly different fuel and pit stop strategies, but they are separated by just under a minute. 58.4 seconds for BMW from Schubert, from Mercedes from KCMG, from the Komodo Racing BMW, from the Manthey Porsche and the HRT Ford. That's your top 5. 58.5 seconds between them.
47 right on the tail of the 77 through Hatzenbach, so this battle for the lead is really intense. It's ideal now for the TV to cut to the in-car of the 47.
So at RSL_studio if you want to get in touch with us. The remaining HWA is the Kersche black, white and yellow car, and that car will be one of 3. We're debating what throwback livery they should have for the third one in the other races they're going to take part in, and there's been some great pictures sent through so far at RSL Studio. Really, they've got a bit like Porsche, they've got an awful lot to go on and a lot of history to dive into. Just the centre section of the car, the A, B and C pillar, the greenhouse if you will, that has anything to do with the old 190. It isn't called a Mercedes, it's not called a 190, it is called a HWA Evo. And the rest is all built up around that centre section with carbon fibre, extended wheel arches, and rather than the original iteration of engine, it is a twin-turbo V6, and we mentioned this early on, they're admitting 520 horsepower, so they'll have at least that, won't they? Coming up to 15 minutes before 3 in the afternoon in the Eifel. The sun's come back out again on the Grand Prix circuit. Oh, side by side. And there's contact and debris on the road between two Porsches. The 989 Cup cars right among them. And there was some damage to the other car, which I think was a an SP9 car. Yes, it was. Yeah.
Was it a Cup 2 car?
It might be a Cup 2 car, yeah. So they both have continued. Coming down to final pit stops in a couple of laps' time. The denouement of the 57th Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy is still to come. And we've got it all here live.
Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de. This place leaves no room for error. No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely Fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
as we come towards the final pit stops for the leading cars with just over 1 hour to go. The top 5 still separated by just on 1 minute, with 2 distinctively different pit stop strategies being played out. The leader is still KCMG's just come into the pits for their last pit stop, and they were they leading as they came in?
No, they weren't. They were just behind. They lost a bit of time out onto the main straight behind a slower car, so they dropped probably a second or 2.
Well,
so at the end of this lap, when Schubert makes their final stop, we're going to see really what the gap would be.
Well, that's very interesting, because I think that's a lap early for KCMG, and with 1 hour and 10 minutes to go, I'm not sure that they can do to the end of the race.
It's going to be a risk, right? They're going to count on slow zones, or maybe they've just about got enough.
Well, my computer is predicting right now 8 laps to go. So at the moment, with slow zones out there, and they've been seeing the barrier repair and how far along it is, you've got to, as the driver and the team, have got to be working together and say, is this going to be 8 laps or 9 laps to the end of the race?
And obviously 1:09:57 to go, but that's 3 minutes of that will be in the pits, right?
Yeah, so. Absolutely right. So that I find that very interesting, because that is what they'll get is a really, really short stop there, Peter, because I think that's only a 6-lap stint, possibly even a 5, if I can just fire up this other computer. The Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring in Cup 3. The leader there is the Smerlis Racing car from the SRS team Zorg Rennsport and the WNS Motorsport car. This is a season-long championship partnered by Manthey. They build the cars for what is effectively a one-make series and what spec series. There's a Cup 2 as well, which is a Manthey breathed-on version of the Cup 2 car as well. At the moment, that is being led by Mühlner Motorsport with the number 921. In second place, the 901 is SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, and in third, Black Falcon, with Mühlner in fourth, and K. Kramer Racing fifth, Smerlis Racing in sixth. So some of the same teams involved in both.
So I'm just keeping an eye, John, on that code 60 in Flansgarten down to Schwalbenschwanz, because if that is indeed almost all that repair is almost finished and they're going to take that away, that will be a masterstroke by KCMG to make that stop whilst that code 60 has been out there.
There's 2 things, and they could get bitten either way by it. Yes, you're right, but they also might want it to go on a bit longer for them to be able to make the end of the race on the fuel that they've got.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, 8 laps, right? You said?
Well, that's my computer is predicting 8 laps at the current lap times. So that's at 8:30s and 8:40s. So that relies on there still being, as soon as it goes green, will it push that further out to a ninth lap? That's the worry.
Yeah,
I think that might have been a 5-lap stint for KCMG, which means they'll have a super quick turnaround in the pits. So they'll get the advantage from that, and they take back the road position that they lost when Schubert came in at the end of last lap 6. Now Schubert came in, that was a 4-lap stint. 6, 4, 10, 18. Yeah, that was only a 4-lap stint for Edo Liberati.
Already on their way down at Schredenkreuz.
So they have literally rolled the dice with what in time doesn't look like a decision that's going to work out, because even that middle 8-lap stint, no, I'd take that back. The number 77 BMW, their 8-lap stint in the middle of the race was 1 hour and 9 minutes. So, all right, they're all right on time. So they pulled the trigger as soon as they can.
It is marginal though, isn't it? An hour and 9.
If they've got to push hard, if it's all green, if we get back to all green,
it's going to be marginal in that respect.
So coming down towards the last hour, an hour and 6 on the nosy to go at RSL_studio. And it's all still on the line. The weather has not been a factor. That's not to say it won't be, because a little shower could pop up at any time and cause absolute chaos. And we speak of what we know when we say that. That BMW number 23, Gamotta Racing, going up towards Mudcurve now, climbing the hill. Flat for such a long time, off and back on again. Not sure that's the engine noise.
It's not quite in sync.
Stay away from the curb on the right. Now at the bottom of the run towards...
Yeah, engine noise is about 2 seconds ahead of picture.
And right behind that car is Manthey, looking for a place on the podium. They have made that 6-lap first stint work for them. And Chan Guven is all over the rear spoiler of the BMW of Gamotta Racing. This is a battle for overall third. The BMW leads the Pro-Am class, but as we said before, and I will keep reminding you, the cars, the SP9 cars, they don't know who's driving them. So they have the same performance potential whether they're in Am, Pro-Am or full Pro. It is just the driver makeup. Guven from one side of the track to the other, trying to make the driver ahead of him make a mistake. But at the moment, Moritz Krantz has been basically ignoring what's going on behind. At this point, you don't even want to look in your mirrors, surely, Peter.
A lot of traffic coming though. He's going to have to manage this. He's just blocked on the exit there. That's going to bring the Manthey Porsche right onto his bumper.
Down towards Flansgaard. Now so quick through here, isn't it?
And then flat all the way through over the next little jump.
Car in the way.
That's why he wasn't flat.
And in fact, we're down
into the code 60.
Yeah, yellow. Now, what was the flag that was being waved at the top of the hill? Because if that was a yellow flag, then that 23 BMW overtook under a yellow.
It looked yellow to me.
It was a single yellow, then a double yellow, and then the code 60. Now, that is going to be mighty close as to whether that car overtook under yellow or not, and that will be down to the marshals on that post. They are all judges of fact. And the GPS.
Exactly, the GPS overrides now. So we've got these white little lines on the edge of the track. For those of you with sharp eyes will have seen them. Those are where the sensors are, and that is where you need to be at the speed that the flag indicates.
Right. And also, that will give you, they'll be able to overlay those two cars and know whether he's overtaken them.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Well, back to out of that code 60, and it's been a massive win for Moritz Krantz as he's on the Dottinger and the Manthey Porsche of Chan Guven's got it all to do again. And who's that's with Chan Guven as well? I don't think that's the Ford. No, it is the Ford.
Yep. The
Ford's right there as well. Oh, so that side-by-side contact we saw earlier, I've just realised was the Dan Arrow car. The Porsche of the yellow and red Porsche. Now, have they got
the Ford's ahead? The
Ford's gone through. So that was again. That's all down to the traffic and the placement of the flags, Peter.
Yeah.
And Dennis Olsen's taking his opportunity, third in overall situation and second in class. What's happened to the KCMG car? The 47 car all the way down. That was after the pit stop, of course, wasn't it? Yes.
He's not giving it up though, has he, Guven?
No, Guvin will hang on. One pit stop to come for everybody except the KCMG car. So the KCMG car's taken a snap pit stop. That's why that's dropped down to 5th position, remember. We're down to just about an hour. 7 laps predicted. Oh, goodness me.
After, 3 hours of racing, and we've got 4 seconds covering 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah.
That's why this kind of racing is so good.
And what we've got to keep an eye on is how far back Edo Liberati is as well.
With his pit stop.
In the 47, because he's done. His pit stop is done. So his time is absolute. And so when he comes across the line now, it's going to look a big number. It's going to look a big number. But remember, everyone here has got the better part of 3 minutes.
Yep. And you remember what we were saying, John, about the Schwalbenschwanz code 60?
Yeah.
It's gone.
Oh.
So we've got 1 yellow flag, no code 60 anymore in that section.
So that was the guys at KCMG talking to the driver, saying how much longer is that going to be there, and they said no, I think we can get in, and I think we'll maybe got 1 more lap after that, and then we're going to be green. Can we make it if that's the case? Yeah.
Then go.
Then let's do it. Let's pull the pit.
Yep, take the advantage of the pit stop whilst the others are stuck in that code 60.
If you're sitting behind someone and you do exactly what they do, the outcome will be what you're looking at.
Yep.
You can only influence it by doing something different. I think that's great reading of so many different parts of the equation.
Absolutely.
And that's when you see that's teamwork, isn't it?
Yep. Track entirely clear on that section now.
Right. So Tiergarten, there's a yellow flag at Tiergarten, and that's it. We talk about teamwork, but no one person can make that decision. You might have you might have the best strategist in the world, but no one person makes that decision there in those situations.
It wouldn't surprise me if the team sent a guy on a scooter down to that section to have a good look. That happens too. The NASCAR equivalent of a spotter, right?
Yeah. And he's leaning over good. How long do you think, lads? Oh, about another 10 minutes, all right?
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks. Yeah, good point. Good point. So Schubert at the moment are leading. They need to stop. They've got 50 seconds on the Gamata Racing BMW. Into the pit lane, weaving through traffic before the 60. That's absolutely fine there. That, I think, was the Cup 2 leader. If I can find it. Yes, it was the Müller Motorsport car. 8th position, by the way, for that Cup 2 car. That's its last stop as well. And weaving past the slow-moving... Is it 36 BMW? Yes, I think it is. And a course car, but he still hit the 60 clicks in there. That's fine. That is still part of the racetrack until you hit that line.
There's a real back and forth battle going on between the Manthey Porsche and that Ford, that HRT Ford.
Nothing between them.
No.
And with Dennis Olsen and Chan Guven, they know each other very, very well indeed. And I expect them to be respectful, but that will be no quarter asked or expected. That'll be a fight to the finish there. Next pit stop, the question will be, do they leave their drivers in, or does it change to Matt Campbell for the Porsche? And I think, who have we seen? We've seen Chris Mace, Fred Vervish, Dennis Olsen. Vincent Kolb is the 4th driver there. So will they put Vincent in at the end? That is a battle for 2nd in class and 3rd overall. So overall podium and 2nd in SP9. Now, they'll tell you that all they're interested in is the win. And it might be the win because Schubert have got a slightly longer pit stop to take. When are they going to come in? 27 laps predicted now by the computer. So 6 more at the end of this one that they're on now. So we're hearing that the number 44 car for Falcon, Sven Schnabel, drove with the team to the Nordschleife. They did a tyre change in the spectator area at the top of Hoact, as we said, and then Ben Lecter continued. So as you suspected, that was what happened. How fantastic. And I love that about this place. So literally in the spectator area, the team drove out to find him. So important to know which side of the track you have to be on.
Yep.
Where there's an easy access for a little four-wheeler or a scooter or something like that.
A guy with a rucksack, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
Guy with a rucksack or the Land Rover or whatever.
Yeah. We've got a map typically inside the car, at least several cars I've driven, where there are literally big red crosses through some of the parts of the track where you do not want to stop. And it's not always easy if you haven't got power.
It's not going to, I mean, it's not going to help them in terms of their overall position, but what it's done is given them another hour and a half of running, another hour and a half of data. That car came back to the pits, actually, and hasn't been out since, sitting in 100th position, but they did get, at least they got the car back and didn't have to have it lifted and towed. Right, let's get back to the battles at the front of the field, where Philippe Eng's just gone through again, and we think now 6 laps to go. That car has been out for 6 laps, so clearly it can't do that. So he's well inside the last stop window. Ford and Porsche battling, and the BMW right ahead of them now. So Krantz, Olsen and Guven are separated by 3 seconds. Now, does anybody peel off to the right-hand side as they come off the Dottinger Her?
There you go.
No. Olsen stays out. There was a moment there when I thought the black and red Ford was going to go in. BMW, Ford and Porsche for second overall. The BMW, the white BMW going into the first corner now, is the SP9 Pro-Am leader at the moment. Yes, they're going to win that class. They are going to win that class because Renault Motorsport in their Lamborghini are well behind them. They're not thinking about that class win at the moment. They're thinking about second or better as we get yellow at Exmüller, which is well ahead of this battle. But they're thinking of second or better in the overall, with Philippe Eng seemingly in control at the moment, but with his last pit stop to take. Now, remember I said we've got to keep an eye on KCMG. Well, Edo Liberati is yet to come through. He's going to be well back of these leading quartet. But the advantage for the blue, white and black number 47, which did sit on pole position, courtesy of David Pittard, and he's 8 minutes 52. They are finished their pit stop strategy. They are going to the end.
Just coming through now.
Right, so we are going to get an exact time, 2 minutes and 9 seconds behind the leader. 2 minutes and 9 behind the leader. Now it's going to have to be exceptionally quick pit stop times for these guys. So they're going to run as long as they can now and into the end of the race. At the meantime, Moritz Krantz has got his mirrors full of Dennis Olsen and the HRT machine. That is incredibly tight through the hats and back.
The Ford looks much more in shape through here. I'm watching the difference in the attitude between the two cars. And through those tight twists, the Ford was absolutely on it. I think the BMW just seems to draw away on the straights a little bit.
The Ford Evo kit that was debuted at Daytona and the Rolex 24 this year, developed with the customer teams in mind. In fact, all the customer teams got preference for the parts. It wasn't an issue in the end, but that was all about high-speed stability. So that would suggest to me, and opening up the window in which the Mustang GT3 works, that would suggest to me that probably made the car a tiny bit more draggy. But through the faster corners, you can see that Dennis Olsen he's able to pick a completely different line if he wants to, move around after he's committed to turning. The B side of that is that if that is extra downforce, Peter, the car's not sliding as much, and therefore it's not using its tyres as much.
Exactly. And then obviously that's going to magnify as the stint goes on, right? As the tyres wear less.
Yeah. At the moment, it does seem like a bit of a watching brief for Chan Guven. Up at the Caracciolo carousel, that all three of them were within touching distance.
This is what we could see on the app, but we couldn't see live. Now we're getting the replay.
Incredibly close. On the flasher, going past one of the RS3 TCR cars. Chan Guven at the moment just seems to have eased back a little bit. So remember, Philippe Eng and Chan Guven, first and fourth, have been out on their stint and therefore their tyres 1 lap longer than Maurice Krantz and Dennis Olsen. 7 for first and fourth, 6th for second and third. So there's no difference in tyre life for the BMW and the HRT Ford Mustang. At RSL_studio, where's your money at the moment with 50 minutes to go? How close is the KCMG Edo Liberati driven Mercedes going to be when all of these final pit stops? It was 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes and 10 seconds when they came across the line last time around. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned, because this is not over, Peter.
Absolutely not. Critical corner, they just come through Bergwerk, going up the long climb all the way up to Starstrecke, and you can see the exit that the Ford had was slightly superior, closed up, but then looks like the BMW can pull away a little bit in the straight line. Just speed battle there. But look, he's on the flashes, trying to distract, make sure the traffic gets out of the way. This is a difficult corner, the Mutkurve, just coming up in a minute. This next left-hander, it's blind, it's quick. You've got to just be brave.
And very high curbs as well. You cannot use the curbs there, can you?
That's right, and no runoff. Absolutely no runoff. Bit of a bump over that right-hander and then down into the heavy brake for Starstrecke. Try and watch the rear tyres through here in rear-wheel drive. You don't want to light them up. And then up to the carousel, you're going to see that little kink I was talking about earlier, where you want to run the car kind of straight into that banking of the carousel.
There's a sort of a tower that's across there that you sort of aim at, isn't it? And that's pretty much a straight line between there. I remember Chris Porritt telling me that the first time I ever went round on a manufacturer day.
Wonderful section to go and watch.
Yeah,
wonderful section.
You see the cars that are working well through there.
You really do. You really do.
Yes, he says his mind is leading towards the Schubert BMW for the win, but the heart goes to the KCMG Mercedes. Still stops to go. It looks good. It does look. It's 50 seconds for Schubert and the 77, but 50 seconds here is not like anything else.
Difficult place to catch traffic right here.
It has to be a pit stop this time around for the first and fourth place cars, the number 77 Schubert and the Manthey 911. The next cars will stop on the next lap, and that pit stop advantage, that time advantage there that they had early on, will be extinguished at that point. And so what we're seeing here is, I think, well, how close will it be? The Porsche is not going to win out over this, I don't think. But the BMW number 77 that leads, how close is it going to be? But it's going to be the KCMG car that's really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons here, Peter, because they went just after 4 laps, so they will have had an insanely quick pit stop because you're allowed to, and at under 2 minutes or thereabouts behind here, they're back in the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm distracted by the fact that traffic's bringing this battle closer together, but yeah, we won't know exactly who's in the stronger position until the KCMG has made the last move in terms of pit stops.
So KCMG leading, and the is in the pit lane now. So just as this battle for second comes onto the Dottinger, that is the gap the KCMG car had on them. Now, second and third, the white BMW and the darker coloured red and black Ford, they will come in next time around, but the Porsche will come in this time around. So when we see, again, the comparative shot is where they are, just coming onto the Dottinger is where that BMW went into the pit lane. So Eng has brought that car in, and the real interest for me is Edo Liberati in KCMG number 47.
Who is just entering Schravenfront now. That's the corner before the long straight, so typically 2.5 kilometres away from
so
end of the lap.
in comes the Porsche, 58 kilometres by the time they got to 60, that's fine. The 60 sign. So this is the last roll of the dice here. There's nothing they can do. The pit stop time is mandated. So they will have to sit there, but there'll be a new set of tyres. Surely they will fill them only for the laps that they need. It won't be a full fuel fill. So that the car potentially could be lighter.
So 47 halfway down the Dottinger now.
So the real car that we've got to watch, I think, for the lead is the 47. If it gets through,
less than a minute, easily less than a minute away.
Oh, this is going to be tight. And next lap around, we still have the two other cars. So right now, Gamota lead the motor race with the Pro-Am leader as well. That's the white BMW with Ford and Dennis Olsen right in behind them. They're just coming through to join the Nordschleife now, and they are absolutely together with traffic. They need a clear lap. They do not want to see traffic ahead of them.
47 is now past the Manti, past the
So 47 on, big break from Olsen there as he almost ran into the back of Moritz Kranz through Sabine Schmidt's curve onto the Hatzenbach for their 22nd time. Away goes the Yokohama BMW. Passes the 911 Grello Porsche in the pit lane. They've still got the rest of their pit stop to serve. KCMG, remember, still have their penalty to serve. I'm just scrolling through and I haven't seen that served, and I don't believe they served it. Well, you can't serve it when you come in for a standard fuel stop. It was at 87 seconds. So that'll get converted to time post-race, he says. Hopefully not confusing series here. By the way, this is fantastic. Fantastically close.
So the 911's pit stop was way longer. 911
Really?
certainly just left the pits. Yep, that's the Manti.
Well, he was a long way back. The Manti was nearly 50 seconds back on, in fact, over 50 seconds back on the Schubert car, and Robin Freitz has got in that car. So all four drivers have driven it from the chef de keep of Falcon Tyre, Sven Snabel. He says, we changed the tyre because we needed the car back, but more importantly, we needed Benny Luchter back because he has to drive the 75 Max Cruiser car. That's the AT1 car, which is sitting in 6th and leading at the moment. It is under investigation for unauthorised repairs, so maybe taking a full tyre and wheel out is not allowed.
Depends on what else they may have done.
So the battle for the overall lead at the moment, for a podium position definitely, is going on between the SP9 Pro-Am leader at the front of the race, the BMW. And it's BMW versus Ford, big front-engined cars. Marvellous stuff. The V8s being tortured within an inch of their life. 5.4 Coyote derived Ford breathing fire on the BMW ahead of it. They are carving their way through traffic here. Absolutely incredible levels of concentration required by the two drivers in the fight here, Peter, but also the guys that they're coming up to, the awareness that they have to.
Absolutely. Anybody has any doubt about flat-out racing in this kind of category, you're seeing it right now. Nobody's holding back. There's no concern here about managing the car. They're just on it, absolutely on it, as they have been for almost all of the race.
That Mustang looks so planted through the faster part of the curve, coming up from...
It's impressive.
From Bergwerk up the mud curve, and also, oh, there's a car on the inside, might have just saved the BMW there, almost touching again as they go for the little rise. Oh, so close. That is a defensive line for a moment. No, there was another car there.
Using the traffic to stop the pass, right?
It's like using someone as a pick in basketball, as a screen in basketball. Fabulous driving by Maurice Krantz. Up to the Caracciolo carousel. They both drop onto the concrete. Their fillings are being rattled out, and then you pop out of there. If you get it right, you pop out like a cork out of a bottle. You know when you've got the power on right. You don't come out too early, you don't come out too late. Climbing again now. Tough part of the circuit to pass here, Peter.
Up over Hoacht, yeah, car goes light over the top, bit of a wiggle just there, then trying to maintain the speed through here, all the way down to Wippermann. You've got a choice of lines through Wippermann. You can use the apex curb on the left, but most people just use the one on the right. This one coming up here, and then a big old bounce as you get the traction back onto the track up over the crest down into Brunchen.
I love this part of this. Really hard to keep the car tucked in through that left-hander before you get to Brunchen, because the road falls away. More traffic there. Again, you use the block paving on the exit here. Just run out onto that. You hear your tyres on that through the ice curve under the trees. Another blind brow here in that middle part of the track where you have to know exactly where you are.
Absolutely. Down over the first jump just there, and then immediately into that fast right and up over the crest towards the second jump at Flensgarten 2.
Again, you're looking for the big bit of curbing that you can use. It's the next bit of curbing. Here comes the Ford. It's right there into the Stefan Beloff area of the circuit, the Beloff S's. Down towards downhill again. He's gone to the outside. There's almost a touch there. My goodness me, there could not have been a width of a paper between them. My goodness me, through the Kleiner carousel. Now, we know the BMW is fast in a straight line. This BMW in particular is fast in a straight line, but Olsen is really close here. The BMW gets the power on through Galgenkopf, the Gallows Hills, onto the long Dottinger Hohe. They'll be coming in at the end of this lap. The BMW has an advantage, but it was interesting to see Olsen there sat in behind the Aston Martin to even try and get a tiny bit more of a drag. It looks like they'll come in from first and second, BMW first and Ford second. The question is, have they done enough to stay ahead of the KCMG Mercedes that stopped many laps ago?
I think the answer is no. I think the KCMG is coming up to Schwalbenschwanz right now. That's a couple of kilometres away from home.
Yeah, it's going to depend on how long this stop is. Has to be right down at 59 kilometres as they came through. By the way, we've had it confirmed now by our German colleagues. Thanks, Ollie. It is Harry King has been here this afternoon, and that's why he hasn't put any times in down at Circuit de Catalunya for the ELMS. Ford and Dennis Olsen pulls in at 45 degrees. The teams will put the dolly jacks underneath. There's nothing wrong with the car. Standard operational procedure. Time. Breathe. Let's see if they do driver changes. There's time to do tyres if they want to, and I'm sure they will. Oh, now I've just said that, and there appears not to be a tyre change for the 23 BMW. So because there's so few laps to go, they are just going to do it on the fuel. They're not going to risk taking those and as I say that, they bring tyres out.
So 47 will be through in about 10 seconds.
So that will effectively be the lead of the race.
And then 77 will be through in around about 30 seconds.
I'm not seeing anything here. So this car we think will be second, the 77 BMW. It will be KCMG. Oh, no, they've pitted. This is going to be their stop and hold. So KCMG would have taken the lead, but they are coming in to the penalty box for their stop and hold at the far end of the pits. 87 seconds. So here comes the car that will be the new leader.
So this gives 77 the...
this will give 77 back the lead. So that stop at the end of lap 6, because the tyre pressures were all over the place, that has actually worked for them. They've made it work. They didn't plan that, but to your point earlier on about how you have to react and adapt, they've made it work for them. Incredible stuff. Through goes the Sherbert Motorsport car then, and through goes, here's the Manthey car coming through. The Yamaha Racing BMW's got out just ahead of the Porsche, I think.
Yep, it has, indeed.
And it looks like the Ford's just behind the Porsche.
That's right. But
yeah.
How close, after all of this racing, are these top guys?
And different strategies, coming to the slow zones at different times. They've been stretched, they've been concertinaed, they've been stretched. The penalty's going to kill the KCMG hopes here. All they can hope for is to have someone else to have an issue. Wow, what an end to this race. And that's just in SP9. Let's not forget, the Renata Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan leads SP9 and is doing its last pit stop now. The Max Kreuzer Racing Audi R8 leads AT Alternative Fuels and is doing its last pit stop now. And presumably Ben Leuchter would get into that now that he's managed to get himself back. At RSL_studio for your thoughts on the last half an hour of this race. It's very tight again between the BMW, and this time it's the BMW and the Ford, and then a little bit further back the Porsche.
Not far away at all.
Now, who have they put in? So Vincent Kolb is in the HRT Ford in the 911. Chan Guven stayed in. So Matt Campbell's only done the one stint in the middle of the race. And who got into the 23? Antal Saigo got into that car. The Slovak driver.
Whew. So it looks like 5 laps, right? Remaining,
yeah,
more or less.
5, yeah. That's what the computer says. That is what... Oh, pass! Through goes the Ford Mustang. Now, was that... Well, I don't see any yellow zones.
Nope.
That looked very, very easy indeed for Vincent Kolb. Now, what I can't tell you is whether they put new tyres on the Ford, but I presume they must have.
That Ford has looked so good through that section. Even last lap, it was agile.
That's on cool tyres, straight out the pits, Peter.
Yeah.
That's confidence in a driver. And the first time in the car in the race by this driver.
Absolutely.
That's a car that is absolutely exuding confidence, and the drivers are picking up on that.
Absolutely that.
Don't you love that? I think we might be able to have a chat with Edoardo Liberati for an interview in English, so we'll just wait for a moment for that. He's out of the KC... Oh, well, he's still showing us in the KCMG car, actually. So...
Probably not too keen to talk then.
No, because he's chasing them down. So the top 4 cars are within a minute and a half, call it. Top 5 within 2 minutes. Incredible. Side by side, Porsche versus BMW.
Liberati. Eduardo, you just got out of the KCMG.
So let's go down to Liberati, and
how
that's
was
a
your
new
stint,
position
and
for that
where do you
Porsche?
see your current track position in terms of strategy?
Yeah, it was good. I was fighting with the... I overtook the Lambo in front of me, then I went to catch the leader. I got him like 20 seconds on the BMW. We were side by side for 1 lap, and then the team called me in because of a penalty. So yeah, my teammate before me unfortunately did a small mistake in a cut 60, and this resulted in a stop and go. So then, of course, now I don't know where we are, but we lost. Of course, we lost a lot of time. It's a shame, but still, I'm proud of the team, of the whole team. It's the first season for us with AMG. KCMG is doing an amazing job. It's just our second race, and we put it on pole, and we had a great pace during the race. We could have won this race, so still very proud of what we achieved this weekend.
Second race for the team, first one in a GT3 car for Kamui Kobayashi, who is now in the car. Was this according to plan on his debut to only use him for 35 minutes?
Yeah. For him, first time in Nordschleife in a GT3. He only did the permit in a GT4 2 years ago. You know, Nordschleife is something special, and during the NLS weekend, you don't have that many laps available. So for him, it's a learning weekend. We all know his career, so we just give him laps to learn the track and everything, and then let's see what the future will bring for him.
And how is the team of drivers working together? Because it's such an interesting and mixed lineup you have.
Yeah, it's amazing, you know, with the professional team we have behind, and Jesse and David and Kamui. This weekend we had a really good relationship. We worked on improving the car, no ego. So, and then the result was there. We improved the car, and we work in one direction, and we put it on pole. So the atmosphere is great. Everybody's working towards the goal, the same goal. So we can only get better.
Great stuff. Thanks a lot, Eduardo.
Thank you.
Lucas Gajewski asking the questions, Edo Liberati answering them. So timing screen has now changed over to Kamui Kobayashi. Just getting the last half an hour or so, get 4 or 5 laps in that car. So close to winning the race, but that speeding in the pit lane. But the tactics were perfect. What a pass, by the way,
round the outside
by Vincent Kolb. That is having total confidence in the car.
Definitely. And we said earlier that the car looked agile, the Ford looked really good in that section. And just to be able to take that, you know, the track there is blind, it drops down. You've got to have confidence, not in your own car, but also in the other guy. True. To give you some track space. But look how the Mantai's hunted down now, that Ford. As these strategies play out, you can see, and there's some traffic involved as well, how they've been able to close down this battle.
Yeah, this is the battle for second position with Chan Guven right under the rear wing of the Ford Mustang. This is the HRT Ford Racing Mustang GT3. My goodness me, this is tight. We've heard from people like Frederick Vervich that the new Evo version of the car, not really, the Evo not really built or considered for tracks that are such outliers like here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, much more for World Endurance Championship, for IMSA, for GT3 races around the world, to give the car a wider setup window. But it has translated into more competitive pace here, and certainly through the quicker parts of the early part of the lap and the middle part of the lap here, that extra stability that car has got now is really paying dividends. Just a reminder that the outside pass at the end of the Hatzenbach by Vincent Kolb was on his outlap on cold tyres in a car that he had got into for the first time in the race at that pit stop. He must have had so much confidence, built up so much confidence just round the Grand Prix circuit and the early part of the Hatzenbach. That's incredible. An incredible pass to pull off.
Agree. Now these right together as they come into the end of this section here. It's not really a passing opportunity into the end of there, but it will position him possibly for a go at the end of this little straight here.
On the start-finish straight now to complete lap 24 and start lap number 25. As they go through now, to start lap number 24.
Look at the positioning of the Porsche. Look at the positioning.
He's having a look.
He's going to have a look. If he can get on the power, get a bit of traction.
Now, right now, Vincent's got to close them off, stand them up in the middle of the corner.
Switch back up the inside. Not quite there.
Block pass was tried that. Vincent Kolb did a very, very good move there in the first part of the Howcock because he just stood him up in the middle of the corner, so the Porsche could not.
Just killed the momentum, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And now through the cutout. So the gaps, Robin Freins for Schubert Motorsport, 35 seconds ahead of Vincent Kolb when he went through, who was not even a Porsche 911 or a Ford Mustang GT3's length ahead of Chan Guven. Never mind the stopwatch now. It will ebb and flow with the strengths and weaknesses of both of these cars. Then it's another 22 seconds back to the Pro-Am leader, which is the BMW number 23. We know that's a quick car. And then 32 seconds back to Kamui Kobayashi in 5th position, 4th in class, of course. That Porsche's looking good all of a sudden.
The Ford is having to defend into the corners. That's when you know this is serious.
Well, now this is the part where Vincent had so much confidence last time around. And here comes Chan Guven. He potentially can do this. We'll go side by side with our last ad break so you don't miss any of the action.
No escape. Just asphalt, adrenaline, and the legend. The green hell never forgets. It never forgives. Every corner, a fight. No room for weakness. The Nordschleife is no place for empty promises. It is the place where they are delivered. Engineered for the green hell. Official partner of the NLS.
Die Legenden der Nürburgring Nordschleife sind unterwegs. Und zwar direkt zu dir nach Hause. Dank CK Model Cars sicherst du dir deine exklusive Erinnerung an den Besuch an der Rennstrecke. Unzählige Modelle findest du auf ckmodelcars.de oder im Shop direkt in Adenauer.
Reifen.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely Fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen, follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
dirty air from the Ford is causing the Porsche a few problems on the faster curves, but overall pretty evenly matched, as we said. Let's see what happens when they get to this slow zone, which the leader is just coming up to right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. They are going to have their wits about them. So code 60 and slow zone coming ahead of the leaders. They're coming down towards that area of the circuits.
Yep, through Belofes.
Yeah. Once they go through the Kleiner carousel, the small carousel.
Traffic again in the wrong place, right there.
Oh, that could be an opportunity for Guven. Really good reactions from Vincent Kolb. That's a tough corner as well, that little left-hander before the second carousel.
And your slow zone starts here.
Yellow flag. So that's the first warning. Waved yellow. Double waved yellow. And now, as they come through into the middle, guys, run in the back of him. Guven's run into the back of him.
Into the 60 of the
into the code 60, and the Ford slowed down. There's a track vehicle there, and Chan Guven has run into the back of the Ford. Now, what's the rule about overlapping, Peter?
Well, you can't pass. Defined pass, right? The Ford is clearly not running exactly at 60, so they're on limiters. And the Porsche's limiter looked like a mile an hour quicker, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I said they would have to have their wits about them. Now, the question for me, twofold. The diffuser under the back of the Ford is quite exposed.
Yeah, you're going to see
any
it.
damage?
There it is.
Oh, that's quite a hit, Peter.
And it was just past the white line on the track. So I think the Ford was correct to slow.
Right.
And maybe the Porsche was a little late in slowing down.
There are white lines painted at 90 degrees to the white line of the edge of the track. Just going past them now. Those are sector lines, and that is what is being judged for slow zones, code 60, single yellows, double yellows, and they are linked with the GPS trackers. So that will go back to race control. So twofold, I said the worry. The diffuser on the Ford, and we know how good the Ford is through the fast bits, and some of the Evo's been on the aero underneath the back of the car. Aero underneath the car, particularly at the back of the car, is good because it gives you downforce without too much drag, but also the front of the Porsche. Now,
it looks intact.
It does look intact. The Porsche GT3 car does not have its radiators right at the front extremities as a Cup car does. They're particularly prone to damage if there's a contact. What there is underneath the front of that Porsche is a splitter. Now, have they damaged that splitter? Because again, that'll be aerodynamic performance that they will lose. Drone shots around the circuits, both on the long track and on the Grand Prix track, are absolutely outstanding. We're loving that. It's a bit like when we did the digital Nürburgring Langstrecke series, and of course, being digital, we could have every single view that we needed. Right, onto the Nordschleife once again.
He's going to look at this.
There's a little bit of something hanging down into Sabine Schmidt curve. It looks like Chan Guven has pulled the pin. He has over the outside curb for Vincent Kolb, and that is the path. Peter saw it coming from a way back now. Can Chan Guven pull away? We're now coming into the area of strength where the Ford seem to have the advantage.
We'll find out now if there's any damage to these cars. The Ford was quick through here. It seems to be working okay. Obviously, they've both been leaning on the cars hard, but look at this replay. Just positioned the car, got enough of an overlap to stop the Ford turning in, and then he could make the pass.
Yeah, very good driving from both. Black and white driving standards flag for Chan Guven for pushing another car.
It's a warning. 60.
That's a warning. That does mean that he's being looked at. Now, every single incident is looked at within its own merits, but he has had a warning for that.
To be clear, that was nothing to do with the pass.
No,
that was the
absolutely.
impact into the code 60. The pass was clean.
Yeah. passing another car is how it has been described.
I think that's because he overlapped,
as
you asked me.
Yeah. Cup 2 battle, second place, looking backwards from Benji Height's Black Falcon car to the SRS Team Rennsport Cup 2. That's the 901. Sitting in behind that is a battle for second place in class. Meantime, the battle for second place overall and in SP9 Pro is still not resolved. So that is Cup 2 for 11th and 12th and second in class. Leading that class, by the way, in Cup 2 is the Milner Motorsport car. That's the 921 blue, black and white car, and that's in 9th position overall. I mean, this is the joy of this racing, and I know Johnny and Bruce and Snowy, when they've been doing it, we race to the end, and the leading cars might have finished, but 6 or 7 minutes back, you've got battles, as we're describing now, just going into that slow zone for second in class. Sometimes the BMW classes have got 3 or 4 cars battling for the podium because they are so evenly matched.
I mean, this is what I stress to people. You can see this stuff on TV and you can hear, you know, what's going on. But if you're trackside, you see these battles all the way down through the field. So everything we've been seeing with the Manti and the Ford battling just now, you're going to see battles like that through all 150 cars, all through these kind of races. And the view, the trackside view of the Nordschleife is unprecedented. You're not miles away from the edge of the track. You're not behind lots of chicken wire fencing. You're right there. So if you're
if you like photography,
if you're keen on your photography, you just read my mind. Yeah, this is the place. You'll not get a better backdrop for your passion.
So just to confirm, the standings in the Cup 2 battle are about to change, because the number 901 is about to go into second place and goes into second place at Tiergarten. That was full send. That is absolutely impressive. Still cars coming in to make their last pit stops. It's not over yet, though. Waiting down the inside. Big cover, defensive move by that number 901.
Maybe the cutback.
Oh, that's so close. Meantime, in Cup 3, is still the Sandberg Smerlis racing car that leads from SRS Team. Zork Rennsport in second, and WS Motorsport in third. The miners, as the Aussies might say, second and third place on the box. Well, this is going to go all the way for the next 12 minutes. Two very similarly coloured car as they pass GT4 AMG that was so intent on getting out of the way that nearly threw themselves off the track. So the 900 is back into second. He did get it back. Incredible stuff. That's gone back and forth. So Benji Heights in second. In the 901, it is. It's Gross. The driver is Gross, isn't it? Yes, it is. And that's Fabio Gross. It's Patrick Grutter who started the race. Hello to Paul Ayling, who's had disaster with 20 minutes to go. His internet has dropped, and so he can't. He's looking at the Catherine wheel of frustration on his TV, so he's tuned into RS1 for our audio for the remainder of the race. Paul, turn it off and turn it on again. That's as much as I can give you advice as an IT expert. It's all beyond me. I tell you, this battle is absolutely enthralling for Cup 2 second place, with still nothing between the two cars. The Black Falcon number 900 and the SRS Team Rennsport. It's Heights versus Gross. And these cars are quick cars around
They
here.
are quick. I mean, you know, they're not as quick as the SP9s, but they're not far off. And they are very, very challenging to drive. Much less downforce, pretty light front end on the car. Obviously very evenly matched, right? Because it's a one-make class, the Cup 2 class. So what we've got is, you know, driver skill really overriding who wins.
Are they as quick or even possibly even quicker in a straight line than an SP9 car because they're a little bit less draggy?
There have been occasions where they've been in the lead of the overall lead of the race under certain circumstances.
So coming round a complete lap number 25, the Yokohama Advan colours of BMW Schubert Motorsport goes on to lap number 26 with 10 minutes and 4 to go, so he can't slow that far down, so there will be 2 more laps. We promised you 4 hours, we're going to give you a bit of overtime here.
We're not complaining, are we?
No. Code 60 and slow zone at Metzgerfeld, Marshall's Post 101. I'm going to say this again because I think it bears repeating. Whilst we're fairly certain that Chan Guven now 2.6 seconds to the good in second place, 30 seconds behind the BMW that leads, we're fairly certain that the Manthey 6-lap stint at the beginning was either scheduled, planned, or at least talked about once the race got underway. The BMW number 77, which now leads the race, they needed to make an adjustment on their tyre pressures, not on the tyres that they were on. Their tyres were going to come off, but they'd clearly gone slightly wrong at the start of the race and were worried about their pace, Peter, and came in early and put a re-pressured set of tyres on.
Yeah, and that kind of coloured their race, didn't it, from that point onwards?
But they have absolutely made taken some value out of necessity.
Yeah,
really.
Definitely. It's reactive all the way to the flag, right? I mean, you never know, as you said earlier, plans are only as good as the moment you make them, and what we're seeing here is an unfolding of various different strategies, and it's just incredible that these cars can be so close to each other at the end of all of this racing, despite the different approaches to the race.
And just to underline what we were talking about, by the way, the 2 battling Cup cars that we've been talking about and describing the action on, which are still battling, by the way, as they are heading up towards the Kleiner carousel, the full carousel, the Caracciolo carousel. Last time round, they lapped in 8:41 and 8:42. The leader lapped in 8:51.
Yep.
Now he's easing down.
Yep.
He's easing down. But when we talk about relative pace of these cars, and these are slightly modified Cup cars, not modified performance-wise, but just for longer distance races.
Yeah, and they can run longer.
Yeah, big fuel temps.
Exactly. But, you know, something
quite frugal on fuel, actually, I'm told.
Something like 10 to 15 seconds off for GT3, I would say, in
a straight fight.
In clear conditions, yeah. If nothing else gets in the way, yeah. Oh, big wiggle there on power.
Yeah, coming through that tricky middle part of the track. Weather's been lovely today. There was a moment in, I think, towards the end of hour 2, beginning of hour 3, when it just looked a little bit overcast from down at turn 1, and that's generally where the weather comes from. You start to worry if you see a gathering of clouds down there, but it's blown through. We're up a reasonable height here, not massive, but when you stand on the top of the pit buildings, you can see a very long way from around here. In fact, if you go on the Nürburgring site itself, they've got a 360 webcam right on the top of the control tower building and one at the tourist lap entrance. And you can look at those day and night. Sometimes when I'm working in the studio, I just put that on for a little bit of background, just to remind me of a happy place. This is outstanding racing by these two Cup 2 cars. Further down the field, picking off some other battles, and that is 7th and 8th. The Ronaldo Motorsport Lamborghini leading in SP9 AM. Oh, that is the battle for 1st and 2nd, and it's just swapped over in SP9 AM. That's Dan Arrow just retaking the lead in SP9 AM, 7th and 8th. So the Black Falcon, gold and carmine coloured car, gold and magenta car, has gone back into the lead of that class. Dan Arrow, the lanky young Dutch driver, really making a name for himself. Really making a name for himself. Outstanding. And hearing that Cup 2 in a leader has stopped at Metzgerfeld. So that battle we were watching is now for the lead.
Exactly. Shearbath stopped, huh?
So the Black Falcon, Ben Heights and the SRX gross-driven car, that is now the battle for the lead when they go past the Shearbath car. Oh, what a nightmare. The 921 Mühlner Motorsport car, 9th position overall. And
there's the battle for it. Down the Dottinghurst Straight, there's a draft gone here.
So is there a chance here? Left dummy, right dummy, steer left down the inside here. He's got the overlap, gets up to the rear quarter panel, gets through. Now, can he hold on? You just need to move across a little bit. It's nicely done. Really nicely done by both drivers as they came into Tiergarten. Use all the entry on the left-hand side, swing back to the right through the middle. And at the end of what will be their 25th lap, we have a de facto, at least, new leader in this class. Have they been scored? Yes, they have. Scored as the leader. SRS Zorg Rennsport scored as the leader in class. So who's in third now? That's the stopped Shearbath car, so that won't hold on to it. So it'll be the other Mühlner Motorsport, the 904 car. Well, one man's meat, etc., etc. Every cloud. Complete that well-known phrase I'm saying for Mühlner. But they were in control of that class. No word on what's happened with the erstwhile leader, but stuck at Metzgerfeld.
And I'll make a bet with you, John. I think that these two are going to switch again on the last straight of this last lap.
Yeah. That's a good point, because they're on their last lap now.
Exactly.
Checkered flag comes out for them as soon as
the main leader has crossed the line in SP9.
Yeah, good point.
Just depends if they can hang on to each other.
Well, where is the leader is the question. Where is that number 77 car with 3 minutes to go? He should be about on the Dottinger. It was a classic piece of Dottinger manoeuvring. Tried it once one way, once another. Throw a dummy to driver's left. We'll use that car that we're just going by and slip through. Oh, he's just moved over. No, I'm going to go the other way. No, he's moved over again. I'm going to go back to the left. And that's basically what get it. And as soon as you get to the quarter panel, and that little left-hand kink just gave the advantage there.
Exactly.
The shorter run through the corner.
Exactly. And of course, at that speed, right on the limit of control, the last thing you want to do is take a chance. If you haven't quite seen the driver in your mirror, you're going to give them a foot or two.
Yeah, good point. Very good point. So Robin Freinch bringing it home with a 30-second lead over Achan Guven in second place. He'll go through, he'll start another lap, I think.
Looks like the Sorg car has managed to pull a bit of a gap.
Finally, has he done enough to break the tour? That's the question. By the way, it was Carsten Kramer behind the wheel of the K. Kramer racing car that crashed a wee while ago. Oh, big slide. That was a gallant Kopf, and that car is being towed away at the moment. Meantime, the leader is going to have to do one more lap, Peter.
Okay.
So that this will make it an 8-lap run, which is fine, as long as they've fully filled that car. The problem, of course, has been in other classes is you are tied by where the leader is.
Exactly.
The overall leader. So you don't know how much.
He's just crossing the line now with 52 seconds to go.
Yeah.
So, yep, one more lap.
So there's your 4 hours. You've had your 4 hours of the NLS third round. We are now into added time, if you will. Bonus lappery, bonus racing.
It does cause problems sometimes for the lower classes. Trying to calculate how many laps they need to fuel for. I've pushed the car across the line here before that was made illegal as we run out of fuel.
Oh dear. So we haven't done the leaders in class for a little while, so we know that Schubert are leading overall. 4th place is SP9 Pro-Am with Gamotta Racing and their BMW. Max Chrysler Racing's Audi with Ben Lechtner behind the wheel is leading AT1, the alternative fuel class in 6th. 7th SP9 is Renatza Motorsport. No, I don't think that's the case actually. We saw Dan Arrow go through. That's right. The Cup 2 battle is now in the hands of, who did we put there? SRS team. So Grensport from Black Falcon.
Yep.
From Milner Motorsport, those are your top 3, 10th, 11th and 12th. Pro-Am, 2nd, 3rd and 4th are all together on the timing screens, but spread out a little bit. 18-2, Black Falcon Porsche, it's number 632 in 16th. And then we've got the Cup 3, Smerlis Racing, the Sandberg driven 953 Porsche, AV by Black Falcon. That's the number 177 that leads in SP10. SP3T is one of the Schmickler cars, and that is the Ravenol number 312. SP40, Max Chrysler Racing, and the 76 car. These are all well inside the top 40. 40th is the best of the TCR cars. That's the Molebil Motorsport 801. The 44th position car is the class leader. It's the Manthey SP Pro car. BMW M2 class, Hoffer. Of course it is. Hoffer Racing by Bank Motorsports 888. BMW 240i Adrenaline Motorsport. They had the Team Manhattan wheels cars in 1st, 2nd and 3rd. They've maybe still have. That's 54th, 56th is the V6 400. That's the Schmickler number 650. 400. Right, John. VT rear-wheel drive, VT2 rear-wheel drive. That is the next car. That's SRS again, the 524. The privately entered 495 is leading the fore and front-wheel drive class of VT2 and 64th. Sherbert Motorsport in 65th is the SP8T. And stand by, because I have to go down a little bit further. The number 89 is SP7 leader in 70th position. Adrenaline Motorsport in the V5 at 75th, lead that class. Kievan Motorsport 325 BMW leading their class, that's their 121 car. In 100th position, the SP4 leader is the 254 car. 105 is the 529 V3 leader, and the 380 SPTT leader is in 113, position 113. Those cars are all winning their classes and all still running. Have been some problems for other cars as we come down. Time has elapsed now, and so it's down to Robin Freinge, who's lost 4 seconds. Now, in a normal race, on a normal racetrack, that would be disastrous. But I am now going to switch over and put the splits on to see just if there is anything that's worrying on the splits for those leading cars. Because they're out in the country at the moment. And I'm rather hoping that everything is still okay and they haven't ruined their chance by perhaps not getting all of the fuel in when they needed it. Congratulations to everybody who gets to the end. There'll be a few people here, Peter, who'll have been holding their breath, hoping that they got their laps in for their permits. If you weren't with us earlier on, the big story on that front was the fact that someone who was entered on his own here to get a minimum of 6 laps for his permit, which is Yasser Shaheen, one of 2 brothers behind the Bend Motorsport Park, of course, WEC runner as well. And there's his problem. Crashed on the first lap of qualifying this morning. His Porsche came and did not take the start, and he's going to have to find a way to do 6 laps after he's qualified at Imola next weekend in the night race or the evening race here. I suspect some winged transport might be. Yeah, it's not that, actually, do you know what? It's not that far, is it, from the Nürburgring down to Imola? No, I think it'll have to be winged transport. I know there's a few people who are doing double duty at Spa in the 24H series, and here that's a little bit more doable, a couple of hours or so by car, a little less if you know the back roads, and really know the back roads. Well, what do you say about this, Peter? A necessity that was turned into a virtue, a very shiny BMW in the classic Yokohama Advan colours. Looks like it's just rolled off the truck, looks like it's a promotional film at the moment, as it's more than halfway around the last lap. And Robin Franks it will be that brings it home.
I think that's just what he's doing, John. I think
he's stroking it.
He's being careful.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in what's going on behind the Manthey. Porsche is not comfortably far enough ahead of the 65 Ford.
Certainly not to ease off.
No, they're fully on it.
Leader did a 9.23 last time around. We have got some code 60s out there. A 9.19 for Chan, a 9.20 for Patrick Cole. But again, we're not necessarily talking apples and apples there, because it's different parts of the track.
So the leader's just coming into the final set of code 60s, just at Golden Cop, and not far behind at all the 911 Manthey, closely followed by the Ford.
It was a feisty start for Marco Wittmann on the front row of the grid, up against David Pittard in the KCMG, which that car's going to come home in 4th position, actually, after an 87-second stop and hold. And they aren't 87 seconds behind, never mind driving through the pit lane. So that pit lane speeding has undoubtedly cost KCMG the victory here. Kamui Kobayashi's done the last 35 minutes or so. But a feisty start to the race, as said by Marco Wittmann. He and David Pittard having a good scrap. Philippe Eng jumped in the middle and did what he needed to do before Robin Franks was asked to bring it home. A German, Austrian and Netherlands combination never has the wrong tyre pressures played out so well. 2 corners to go for NLS3, and heading into next weekend, and 4 and 5 the qualifying weekend, the winners of the 57th Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy are Schubert Motorsport, and the BMW and German steamroller continues here at this track, as they'll take it by something around 20 seconds, I would think. Chan Guven, Manthey qualified only 10th, 1st and 2nd, but both cars who did the early pit stop. There goes the Grello 911, 21, call it 22 seconds, and 5 seconds taken out of the leader as Franks was just soft pedaling it home. Vincent Kolb, what a run for the Ford. What a run for the Ford, on the podium for the Mustang. They'll be happy with that and the new version of the car. top 4 all-pro cars, with Kamui Kobayashi bringing the KCMG car home. Chris Meese, Fred Vervees, Dennis Olsen and Vincent Kolb in 3rd place. 4 drivers, all took an hour-long stint. And then for the classes, AT has come home in 5th position for Max Kreuzer Racing. Ben Leuchter wins the alternative fuel class ahead of the Pro-Am BMW. That car went really well early on, and that was, I think, probably, if we had trap speeds, that was probably the fastest car in a straight line.
It certainly looked it.
Yeah.
Just watching here the Cup 2 battle, just passing through Bergwerk on their final lap. That's the Black Falcon car still leading the Sorg car, but absolutely glued together. I think, as we suggested on that final run down the Dottinghurst Straight, there may well be an opportunity for a switch for these two.
Yeah, they are just outside. No, they are on the edge of the top 10 as they stand at the moment, the top 3. And just waiting for them to come through.
So they're just heading up to the carousel.
901 and 900. 900 with a slight advantage. 2.4 seconds difference in sector 4. The Dacia has cracked the top 100, by the way. Well, in 100th position, but that's fine. Wasn't 101st. And now, of course, the bizarre sight of the cars not going on a slowed down lap around the Nordschleife. The leading cars go back into the pit lane through the cutout. Everyone else goes into Park Ferme in the back of the paddock. Hearing as well that the 009, or the 9 rather, the Jutta Racing Audi is under investigation for overtaking under yellow. That is 3rd in the Pro-Am, SP9 Pro-Am. That would promote the Toyo Tyres Mercedes if that car gets, that Jutta Racing car gets a penalty. The leaders have become the winners. Wittmann, Eng and Freins, in that order, have delivered for BMW and for Schubert Motorsport. And for Yokohama Tyres, one should remind ourselves. That car isn't just sponsored by Yokohama, it is running Yokohama Tyres. So is that adding something extra into the mix for next weekend and subsequently at the ADAC 24 hours? Best Mercedes down in 4th position, but Mercedes should have won today. The Mercedes renaissance continues with KCMG. So the last 2 races should have been AMG victories, and both times it's been mistakes by the team or the driver that has cost them the victory. Kamui Kobayashi just 86 seconds behind the leader and took an 87-second stop and hold. So that easily, without that, they would have won that, because that's just the time they were stationary, the 87 seconds. They had to drive in and out of the pit lane and lose all that time as well. That's frustrating for them. That is very frustrating for them. Still waiting for this Cup 2 class to come down the Dottinghurst.
You'll see them in the distance right now. Bit of a gap has established between the two, only because of that slow zone, and the emergence of the slow zone gave the leading car a bit of an advantage, just enough to break the toe, I suspect.
Yeah. Coming through.
Lights flashing.
Lots of people with lights flashing.
That's the first
901, and it's actually opened up quite a bit now. But on the edge of the top 10, 10th position for the Cup 2, Mulner Motorsports with a late issue at Metzgerfeld has robbed them of this victory, and after a 2 or 3 lap nose to tail, side by side battle. It will be the SRS Team Rennsport number 901 that brings home the victory in the Cup 2 class. That's always highly contested. Such a good way to go racing with Porsche Cup cars. And through in second place then is the Black Falcon. It will be Milner Motorsport in third. Scant consolation, I suspect, for them after losing what looked to be a nailed-on victory and around about a 10th place finish, I think. So Fabio Grosser and Praktri Grüter, just the two drivers in that Porsche. Well done to them. Well, Peter, sum that one up for me.
You know, I'm obviously going to be in the position of these drivers in a week's time. It's the kind of conditions that you love to have as a driver: consistent, not too hot, not too cold, no rain. Of course, we had the usual code 60s and what have you, but I think as a preparation for particularly the 24 hours, what a great event. But what I would go further and say is, how close were they at the end there? Multiple classes.
Yeah, I think as many questions as answers then in our second race, although builds the third round of the NLS season, and more data to be derived next weekend. 2 more 4-hour instalments as we build towards May, and the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Peter Kate was alongside me, John Hindorf in the Global Broadcast Centre. Thank you to Ollie and the rest of our colleagues at the Nürburgring TV Master Control Centre. Brilliant coverage, particularly thanks to our drone pilot, who was good today, and to all of you who've watched and listened and sent us notes on RSL_studio. Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday, 8 o'clock at RS1. I'll be in Italy with a preview of the WEC, and it's a bagsy, biggie weekend next weekend. Make sure you join us for some or all of it. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and your motorsport. Whatever you're watching, wherever you're going, drive safely. From Peter and me, John Hindorf. Bye for now.